think we're good to start. How's everybody doing today? Hey, there's sort of a demon. Yes, it is indeed time. You're a little early. It wasn't quite time. To be fair, I was ready to set up and start about probably 30-ish minutes ago, but I was waiting for the Indian scammers to call me back, and they never did. No, I think they just tried, actually. God damn it. Yeah, I just had a missed call. Well, fuck. Dare I do this live on air? Let me hold this just a second. Hello?
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, yes, sir. I am the same person from the WhatsApp community. I can tell you about that.
Okay.
That time our WhatsApp is not responding. That's why I can call you back.
Okay.
Okay, so, sir, I can send you the SMS. You can check it.
Have you
I'll send you the SMS.
send the SMS? I haven't received it yet. But have you confirmed with your supervisor that your course has these certifications that I've asked you to check?
Okay, sir. So can first you tell me, do you receive SMS in your inbox?
No, not yet.
Phone inbox. So I will send.
Okay, you can send it, but I need to confirm that you have these certifications. Well, not you, the course.
I need to confirm if do you receive SMS or not. Just confirm it.
Well, I've not received anything yet.
So join this. Did you receive it at that time? I will send SMS join this.
Okay, something came.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Something came through. Yes, okay, I have the SMS now. But I need before I do anything with the SMS, I need you to confirm that you have the certifications that I asked for.
Yes, sir. I have a certification, sir. You can join this community. You can check that certification.
No. So before I interact with anything you send me, my banker told me that I need to affirmatively check with your organization that you hold these certificates, not you individually. I need to make sure that you have the zero head wobble certification, that you've passed the washed hands exam, the certificate for bee feeding, and passed the qualifications for cursing Vishnu.
Do you receive a link or not?
Yes, I did receive a link. I'm not going to click it before you confirm that you have these certifications.
So I have certification. You can check that.
Do you have these specific ones? Can you repeat them back to me? The ones that I asked for, just to make sure that you're not just saying yes to say yes.
Okay, sir.
What?
What I can repeat, sir?
Can you repeat the certifications that I've asked for, just to confirm that you're not just saying yes to say yes?
Sir, you can ask the certification of ZMH and ASH, like that kind of things. Money laundering, you can say me.
Okay, so let's go. So do you have a zero head wobble certification?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
A0 wobble certification.
Okay, have you passed the washed hands exam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a certificate of bee feeding?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes, what?
Yes, sir, we have a certification of bee feeding.
Okay, good. Have you passed the qualifications for cursing Vishnu?
Yes, sir. We have the qualification of beaker, sir.
Of what?
Yes, sir. We have passed the qualification of beaker, sir.
I don't quite understand what you're saying.
Sir, we have passed the qualification.
You have a qualification for cursing Vishnu?
Yes, sir. We have the qualification for the cursing Vishnu.
I see. Do you have those certificate numbers on hand by chance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just a second. I need to see. Okay, well, if you can, are you absolutely sure that you have those certificates? Can you check that with the manager?
Okay, so first you can join, then I will tell you about that.
Okay, sure. Let's do that.
Join this, sir. I will send you a link. Tap them and join them.
Okay, got it. Thank you. God fucking Just absolutely fucking deadpan. Not a care in the world. Uh I hope Rajesh gets fucking beaten with a stick today. I don't know what their quota is. I don't know what the bench line is for them getting to what the benchmark is for stick beatings. But he's certainly past that today because I've been holding him. I've been stringing him along for like 20 minutes now. Like, there's no way he doesn't know that I am just fucking with him. There is no way. All right, let's move on to the actual content, I guess. That was a nice little intermission we had there. Oh, I forgot to post my go live. Goddamn. Let me do that real quick. Live now. I'm gonna slap that over here. All right, the go live is out. We're going to start with a little bit of reading, and then we can have a little bit of video slop as a treat. Okay, so what are we looking at? Breaking was previously reported. Struggling to find information. The individual was arrested for felony deadly conduct in Katy, Texas. For conducting background check investigations, an individual later determined to be immigrants. Their personal information often came back as unknown. According to Homeland Security, the two individuals who opened fire on a children's baseball field in Katy, Texas, gained status and even U.S. citizenship under the Biden admin. Mustafa Muhammad, more foreign words, and Ahmad. Okay, so it's all retard scribbles. Opened fire, hitting the team's coach while he was leading prayer. American-born citizens were put at risk because of Biden's border policy. It's also interesting how they were able to speed run the citizenship course in just 4 years, even though you need to have lawful presence in the country for at least 5. So that's interesting. Foreign McForeign face. Yeah, pretty much. Absolutely disgusting. Wait, there's more of them? Which one is that? That one's that. Okay. And ooh boy, damn, you've aged rapidly. Okay, let's see. Baseball coach was shot in the shoulder by recreational gunfire during a game Sunday in the Katy area. The 3 suspects are identified as retard name. They were all arrested on felony charges of deadly conduct with a firearm, held on $100,000 bond each. 2 of them were released just yesterday, less than 24 hours later. The 2 released men are retard name. After conducting a thorough search, I've been able to find nothing interesting. I wonder if that is grounds for denaturalization. I would hope that it is. Or we're going to have to make some changes. Okay, let's offset it with some positive news. Breaking: a senior ICE official tells Fox News today ICE have arrested the superintendent of Des Moines, Iowa Public School, Dr. Ian Andre Roberts, who ICE says is an illegal alien from Guyana and active ICE fugitive with a deportation order since May 2024. The actual state of sanctuary cities that someone with an active ICE detainer and a deportation order can become a superintendent purely by merit, surely. Gun recovered by ICE agents. Oh, lovely. So foreign felon in possession of a firearm. What is that? That looks like a Glock Gen 3. Well, I guess it's not like he can pass a 4473 now, can he? In a leather holster with what looks like a hollow sun optic. Honestly, I would deport him just for using a hollow sun optic alone. Dr. Roberts' PhD was awarded by a for-profit online university for his dissertation in PK-12 leadership. He administered an online questionnaire of 15 African American or Latinx people, all working in one school, 10 of whom agreed to less than 1 hour follow-up interviews. Oh boy, yeah, we're gonna catch them all, boys. The district still sits at the top of the 20 highest pay superintendents in Iowa at number 16. Holy shit. Its superintendent Ian Roberts made $305,000 in salaries and benefits. That's federal money. That is, oh boy. Well, I guess that's also local real estate tax. So enjoy paying your taxes, Iowans. We should probably just, refuse to pay taxes out of protest until all foreigners are deported. Hey, what is this? Is that a new Pokeslop game? Ah, the game that identifies as non-buying that shit nary. I hear the voice actress and inspiration for the main character is a member of a prescribed terror organization.
What do you do outside of the Capital One Cafe?
What do you mean? No fees on checking accounts and no overdraft fees help me sleep at night. What's in your wallet?
All right, what are we looking at?
In my second hands-on opportunity with Pokemon Legends ZA on Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh, it's an IGN review. Never mind, they don't know about video games. So there's no value in listening to them. Code Vein 2, though. Partial nudity and suggestive themes. You have my attention. Oh, okay, some respectable side boob spotted. I was concerned after the changes to the female models in Tekken 8 that required modding to fix that maybe Bandai have forgotten how to make attractive female characters, and realistically, the point of Code Vein is to be Dark Souls with titties.
Hello, and welcome to a gameplay presentation
Who the
of
fuck
Code
are
Vein
you?
2. I'm Dan Tack, a member of Bandai Namco Entertainment America, and today
Okay,
I'll
if
be
you
walking
say
you through
so.
character creation, a taste of some of the characters you're going to meet along the way, exploration and the world, further
Blah, blah,
introductions.
blah, okay.
Right now we're looking at some of the presets that you can pick from, but you can create your character down to the last detail. Eyes, hair, scars, all kinds of different things that you can tweak and design to your exact
I hope we're finally past having vitiligo as a customization option. I'm really, really tired of seeing that.
specifications. But if you feel like just picking one of the presets and getting right into the action, you can do that too. As you can see, we have all kinds of different hairstyles, all kinds of different options for you to pick from, and you can spend a lot of time in this
Okay, shaved head mentioned. I'm feeling represented.
character creator. I know I have. And you can get things just right. You can spend hours in here if you want. But you can also just take a preset. The presets are also awesome, and they come with some really cool outfits. But you
So far, the standout thing for me, maybe that's just a poorly designed character, is they're trying to mix a realistic, detailed style with an anime style. The beauty of Code Vein is that it didn't try to jump above its height, and it was just core anime slop. Things like adding that eyelid arch in an anime style gives it that uncanny valley look that I'm not really a fan of.
you can, again, it's not just setting your makeup. It's not just setting your eyes. You're going to be picking your outfit completely. Hats, accessories, masks, capes, whatever you want. You know, they're all here from the very serious to the very goofy options. They're all available for you, depending on what you want to do. I mean, look at these hats. Look, I definitely want to go with, look at those ears. I want some of those. I'm getting a pair of those. And as you can see here, it extends to full outfits that you can have too. I'm thinking you might spend a lot of time in here if you're one of those players that likes to really customize your character. And if you don't, That's what the presets
Okay, individual breast physics. Good.
are for. Just grab and go.
It seems that was a
Once you've
lost
got your
art for a
character
bit.
set up to look at, you can change all these other aspects of it too. Get the great screenshot, share it with your friends, and we're getting right into it.
Excellent.
I would like to
It's
see
a pleasure to
skimpier
make your
outfits.
acquaintance at last.
That's a very disappointing chest size, I have to say. I'm gonna have to dock points for that. Okay, so there's a giant hole in her chest where her boobs are supposed to be. Suspended.
You've come too.
Interesting choice of words. No, girl, not yet. Not with a figure like that.
As I feared, the memories may still take some time to return. Forgive me, I certainly didn't mean to startle you. My name is Lou Magmel. I am a revenant. Bear with me, for this may come
The coffin bed goes kind of hard.
as a shock. You have died once already. This is where I used a ritual to resurrect you. I gave half of my heart in order to restore yours. As a consequence, we now share the same heart, you and I. We are two lives intertwined as one.
Damn, she just did all that without our consent?
You seem well, all things considered. I'm glad.
I'm sorry, so far she's a worse secondary character than Io was, because A, Io had D cups and talked significantly less, which is very important in a female character.
Do you think you can stand? There is someone that I'd very much like for you to meet. I know it's all new, but it's okay. You can trust me.
I wouldn't even say that the graphics are that much better than Code Vein.
And just like that, we are off to the races. This is Lou. Lou is the first character in the game we're going to meet, and a character that's one of our companions. You'll encounter many of these over the course
She does have a set of thighs on her. Gotta
of
give
the
her
game.
that.
Lou is a revenant who has a very, very special power in this game. In fact, the only revenant that can control time. So this will be very important as we move through the game, her special ability. And like all companions, Lou will also travel with you and fight with you. Each companion has special abilities that they bring to combat, and you can also assimilate your ally for some extra bonus powers, but we'll talk about that later. For now, we've just started the journey here in Magmel, and we're going to be heading out into the world. So this island of Magmel is sort of a tutorial area for the player to get used to things before heading out into the greater world. So we'll get a taste of the action here.
destination is the tower on the hill.
You see we just picked up some flour
Until a
there. You
century
can find
ago.
all
So interestingly enough, the run cycle for the player is female. I would be interested to see if it's adjusted for male frames.
kinds of useful
Magmel
consumables in the
is a
world that you
research
can use to craft
institute
helpful tools and
dedicated to the
items.
investigation of forming.
So obviously things like flour and other food items will help us make some
refer to
tasty
the
treats
unique
that might give us
abilities
some
of
bonuses,
revenants,
buffs, or healing.
conventionally known as enchantments, curses, and the like.
Oh, so the early game is going to be very heavy for exposition dumps, which you know, it's Japanese game design. I feel like at this point it's just par for the course where the first 3 hours of gameplay are actually just a tutorial. Not necessarily a bad thing, but I'm gonna slam my supplements while we listen to this.
Another world snuffed from existence.
Mm-hmm. I sure love how there's zero continuity from Code Vein 1.
Luck
Okay. Okay, maybe we're onto something here. Perhaps Code Vein is a good game after all. Excuse me, perhaps Code Vein 2 is a good game after all.
The residents were all evacuated in time, thanks in no small part to your efforts. My name is Lavinia Rhoda.
Whatever you say.
It is I who carries on the great Idris's mission and legacy. It is you, though, who must save the world of man.
So these Lavinia and Lou are basically going to be your companions here at the beginning here to get you through this. The concept of we're going to travel to the past to save the present. Essentially, it's a Code Vein 2 hinges on time travel as a huge element of it. So basically, we're going to go to the past to save the future.
That's not how linear time works. Okay, sure.
So that's very important here in establishing the plot. We've now entered a ruins area.
That is bad time travel writing because you're violating the principle of causality.
Which is sort of an introductory dungeon area. And here you're getting a quick taste of the combat. We're getting some blocking, some rolling. You can see these little slashes accumulate on the enemies there. Those are bleeds, and we can capitalize on that by attacking with the jail item, which will give us Ichor, which is the resource we're going to be using to facilitate our special attacks and special abilities.
Isn't that pronounced Ichor?
So it's very important in the pace of combat to, put some slashes on the enemy and then essentially acquire them to keep your pool of resources high. With this introductory sword, we've got this nice little, as you can see, sort of a dash lunge attack, which can help us close the distance damage very quickly, get in and out of combat easily. It's a very useful introductory move that you'll have on your starting blade.
No easy backstab,
as you can see, we're maneuvering around the enemy here, getting behind them, executing a nice little stagger and a crit attack.
There is a backstab, okay.
Tons of damage. Great way to take out opponents.
So that's a veil attack? Sure.
As you can see, in this smaller dungeon, there's still plenty of little items to find, consumables, and more important items as well. We're swapping here to a different weapon. So
yeah, Anime Souls 2.
Longbow. This is
Listen, I enjoyed Anime Souls 1.
Awesome way to do damage at range and also fire at targets.
You've missed me. You've missed me string along an Indian scammer on the phone earlier. Looks off compared to the original. Yeah, I did look at that. I think it's because they're trying to go for that like semi-realistic, detailed look, while still essentially being anime, and that is just a conflicting aesthetic. However, the second character we meet is a big booby tall mommy, so I'm willing to give it a chance.
Targets across that are too.
The animations look floaty. They look identical to Code Vein 1.
Too far for you to hit. This does consume the Ichor resource, so you'll have to be replenishing your supplies of that as you move through the game. This is actually in a side category of item called Bequeathed Forme. And there are different things that you can put in this slot other than the bow, but those are going
God, not the Latin phonetics.
to be kind of a surprise, so we're not going to tell you what the other ones are.
Okay,
like so.
there are now
and this is
proper
actually
ranged
a
weapons.
very important map object that we've just destroyed, and it will unlock large chunks of the map for you to see in the overworld. And now we're going to skip.
Are they sticking to the same story as the original? Have they done a God Eater and completely reimagined it? I think it's the same setting, but apparently it's time travel, and it's difficult to do time travel well.
Ahead a little bit into the next section of the ruins. We're a bit deeper into this introductory dungeon down below. And we have swapped weapons to the bayonet. This is an interesting weapon archetype in the game. You'll find different varieties of this.
Only Blood Omen has ever done good time travel. God, what is... Damn, the name. The name is... It's a visual novel, and then there was a... an anime. God, I am absolutely scatterbrained today. What was that? What is it? Oh no, Code. It's also okay, all Japanese names are Steins Gate. Steins Gate. Now that series does time travel correctly.
It does allow for both ranged and melee combat, so you'll need ammunition to do the ranged, but it's got quite an interesting moveset, as you can see.
Damn,
in
that's
melee
got some
range
reach
as well. So this is a really cool sort of versatile playstyle that you can employ if you like bayonets.
Who doesn't?
It's pretty useful here in this area here as we're trying to navigate these narrow corridors and two ranged enemies that are shooting us from afar.
Is there a bayonet
so the
charge?
bayonet will let us shoot back, as well as get in their face. So depending on how you like to play, the bayonet might be a great option. There's multiple options for you to check out as you go through the game, different archetypes. Of course, the bayonets, again, they do need ammunition, so we might have to reload here soon. As you can see there. And as you can see, Noah, our companion Noah, is talking to us right now, but you don't see him on the screen. That's because he's currently assimilated. So in this game, you're going to have a partner or a companion, but you can choose whether that companion is active and out on the field, or you're basically assimilating them to tap into their powers. So we're getting some bonuses, as you can see reflected at the bottom of the screen, of being buffed.
Okay, the flying kukri are a cool design at the very least.
By Noah, right now, even though he's not out on the field. So if you like to play solo, or if you like to play with a companion, you can fit the play style to that. And now we've moved a little further along in the ruins. We're using the runic blades, quite an unusual weapon, as you can see, sort of hovering behind us. It's a very unique playstyle and very different than a lot of the other melee weapons in the game. And as you can see, the bow can come in handy in combat as well with a quick flip. And we're going in there. There we go. And yeah, in these ruins, again, lots of little things to pick up as you go through. So here we are. Now we're heading to the first major boss of the game. And as you can see, we've got our partner Noah with us to help on this fight. He'll be trying to take some of the boss's attention, doing some damage. Every partner has their own special abilities and attacks that they bring to the table. So really handy to have during these big boss battles. But of course, you're still going to have to be doing quite a bit of dodging, blocking, getting in there, and learning the boss moveset as well.
The movement seems to be fairly lenient. The vibe is very different from that. Might just be that zone.
You can see we've accumulated quite a few bleeds on the dejected assailant here. So once you've got an enemy nice and bleeding like that, you can capitalize on that with the jail item, which we haven't talked about a whole lot. This is an auxiliary weapon type, and it comes in different forms. So you'll probably see one of them coming up here as we capitalize on what we've done to him. Getting some heals in.
The dodging seems to be better.
And of course, you're going to want to keep your I-core high so you can continue to use your special abilities and powers, which will make a big impact in fights like this. You can see we've got a stagger on there. Now we're going to execute an attack with our jail. It gives you an AoE attack, sort of a cone attack in front of you. And of course, you'll crit with the jail as well anytime you've staggered an opponent. So here we're moving into phase 2. As you can see, our boss has kind of lost his head. There was a cinematic here involved with the phase 2 transition, but we're keeping that out so we can keep it a surprise later. But with that, he's gained new abilities as he's now holding his head, and he has a whole new moveset due to that. And you'll see here we're getting in there with that slash. The starter sword only has one special attack, but it's still very useful. Here we're charging up our jail. Look at that. Getting in with the jail can attack by itself as well, so a nice little spinny scythe attack there with the Reaper jail. And the jails come in different flavors, so depending on your playstyle, you'll pick one that fits the suit.
It is funny that they decided to change one letter in the same function from the previous game, but wait, sure.
Got the boss back into the corner here, doing some really, really great damage. Of course, with his head now on his arm, he's got all kinds of different attacks, including head lasers, which you never want to mess with. Ooh, this isn't looking very good. Oh, well, that was a really good attempt. Didn't quite make it. Thanks for joining us.
That's because you were playing with English dubs like a casual. Alright, let's move on. So apparently this is going to be like a rapid succession randori with, I guess, someone who is of conventional Japanese training versus Californians. And the Californians realistically don't stand a chance. Nice Uchimata, Hanegoshi, Uchimata into armbar. Space King 3 is out. I did see that, but I'm not going to watch it on stream.
Like how they manage, you know.
Alright, can I get to the meat and potatoes of this real quick? I want to see the full...
convertible?
How about an SUV?
Let's do this, okay? So, they will contact you, okay, so again, your goal is not to be defensive. You know, your job is to fight. With the feeling, okay?
Alright, let's see. I don't like that BJJ etiquette sort of bleeding into the rest of American grappling. I'm sorry, the hand tap is American BJJ. Judo has bows, and that's about it. Nice, good aggression. The Japanese guy building grips. Big Uchimata. Alright, looking for grips quite aggressively. Alright, he's gonna get a back grip. Oh, he got a Shido for defensive play. Okay, sure. I don't like the Shido rule. I think it's a little bit Olympic tarded. Not. They're just feeding him color belts. Oh, nice. Alright. Good collar drag. Good attacks. The Japanese guy seems less jittery. He's just slowly building his grip and looking for openings. What is he trying to go for? Okay, Uchimata into armbar. Awasi pod. Okay, they're feeding him more white belts. Ooh, very nice. What was that? That was like a modified Taiotochi? It was like a jump Taio. Okay. All right, getting those big grips. Nice, high aggressive left side grip. Nope, doesn't quite have it. Okay. Ay, all right. That was a little bit sloppy, but you know what? Sure. Solitsuri Komigoshi. All right, giving him a black belt when he's already gassed out. Interesting. Interesting. All right. He might be stalling just to recover his breath a little bit. Got a good single arm. Got the back grip. Uranage, come on, come on, come on, do it, do it. Yes! Nice. Okay, what's the ground game? Nice, nice. Not a W yet. He got a Wazari. Not getting the Osai Komi. He might get this cold. Yeah, the Keisa hold is strong. It's very difficult to get out, especially if you're smaller. Okay, Awasi Pon. Honestly, even with just the Uranage was like almost Ippon territory. Let's see that one again. That was a great Uranage. Ooh, nice. Very aggressive leg sweeps, interesting. Not really a lot of timing attached to those. Ooh, very nice. Yokoguruma. Ah. Didn't quite have that Uchimata. That's why I really don't like grip fighting. I prefer to just go for unconventional grips. Let me see that one again. Okay, that's still sort of an Uchimata, I guess. Really, that was Ippon. But that pristine fucking salvaged Uranage was just Wazari. Whatever you say, guys. Giving away those high grips for free. Not really fighting it. Good trip. Not quite. Who got the Wazari? For what? I guess there was a Tsubame Gaeshi, but okay. Nice aggressive attacks. Nope, didn't quite get the Tomoe, didn't have a good Kazuchi for it. Attempted to drop Sawai, didn't quite have the pull for it. Come on, what did I get? Come on. Nice! Awase Pon. I want to see that one again. He has a very particular way of landing that. Okay, so he's hooking onto the leg to prevent a clean Uranage. He has an around the waist and collar grip here. So what he does, gets his grips, and he swings out that entire leg. And basically what I would call a reverse Yoko Wakare, but I do Yoko Wakare differently from the way that conventional judo does it. Yeah, one more guy? Alright, that was interesting to look at. Definitely worth paying attention to. Okay, so, the Charlie Kirk assassination is, I can no longer dismiss the sort of more fringe theories that I'm hearing about that, just because we still don't have an autopsy and we don't have a coroner's report. And then TPUSA reportedly saying that, hey, the bullet is stuck underneath his skin, which is not something that's going to happen in a human frame versus a 30-06. So let's see what Valhalla VFT has to say here. He's made an appearance on the Alex Jones show yesterday, or was it the day before yesterday? But regardless, I find him to be the more reputable source, sort of trying to piece together the discrepancies. So let's see what he has to say.
Buddy, and if things couldn't get any stranger in this whole Charlie Kirk situation debacle at this point, well, they just spiraled into complete bizarro world, as there's reports of an audio recording from Dispatch that have come out saying that no autopsy was performed on Charlie Kirk. Essentially, Erica Kirk came in and just signed the death certificate and off they went. But then also another report that came out today that, in fact, there was an autopsy done and has all the details.
Can you just do that in a murder case? Like, I understand it was, kind of happened out in public and it's very obvious. The cause of death doesn't really warrant exploration. But at the same time, I feel like there's a procedure that needs to be followed, and you would get an autopsy either way.
Of the autopsy report in it. And I'll tell you guys up front, I have no idea what to believe at this point. I don't know what's real anymore. What I will say is there's huge problems with both of these scenarios, with no autopsy being done, which we're going to cover and get into. And then there's also really big problems with what this autopsy report says. All right, so first thing we're going to do is check out the audio recording of this dispatch message. We're going to go through the no autopsy report story first, and then the autopsy report second. See if we can figure this thing out together. All right, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, helps the channel. And let's jump into it. Here we go. All right, first thing we're going to do, listen to this dispatch recording. And guys, I cannot confirm if either of these things are real. If the dispatch recording is real, if this new post of the autopsy report is real, can't confirm anything. I'm just going based off of what we're being provided, story by story. All right, so here is the dispatch audio where the dispatchers talk about how there was no autopsy report.
So I did do the request. They emailed me back. He did not go in for an autopsy. The death certificate was signed by the doctor at the hospital.
Oh, okay. Can you just do a field clip documenting that?
I'm sorry, 10-9?
Can you just add a step to the case documenting that there was no autopsy?
And 287, I'll declare the hospital.
Just a second, we're getting an important message here by Digby. A no girls allowed relic box. Okay, sure. Metal relic box, sure. Metal Space King relic cup. Is there a picture of the... Okay. Is that... I hope that's etched. Or at the very least molded. Praise be Space King, sure. There's a little girl being thrown in a volcano on it. Really? I don't... Oh, I guess I kind of see it. Okay, sure. What else do we have? We have a Space King statue. You can talk to him whenever you want. Okay. An incomplete flame device. Space King chastity seals. Okay. For the love of God, do not use these. See, like, I think if you're going to include... the official space condoms in your official merch pack, at least make sure to partner with like a good reputable brand, like have an Okamoto sponsorship or collaboration. Lighter components not included, so it's just just a Zippo casing. Try not to set things or people on fire when using the case. Okay, will do. What's the price for this? $150. That's kind of a lot for not much that you're getting.
I need an officer.
And a letter from the Space King? Okay, valid. That makes it worth it. That is a better value for money.
Timpanogos Hospital to come stage in the emergency room bay.
Jesse just told me that he just got on the phone and Charlie's wife is coming to signature and to bring in a car over here for agreement.
Charlie's wife is coming to land at signature, you said?
Sir, and Jesse's going to go to Duncan right now and pick up a car for her.
Okay, I'm a little confused because that's what Corey just said. They said they're landing at Duncan, so I don't know where they're landing, but we will just kind of play it by ear, I guess, best that we can.
All right, so there you go. According to this dispatch message, there was no autopsy done. Next of kin came in, signed the death certificate, and off they went. Now, again, I have no idea if this is true or not, but this would be not only massively problematic, but also very illegal. I'll show you the Utah code regarding this right now. All right, so here is the Utah code for handling a deceased body.
Oh, by the way, Digby, I believe you've missed us messing with an Indian scammer live on stream.
And the medical examiner and how all this works.
He has in fact confirmed for us that his organization has a zero head wobble certification. Oh, you did? Okay, sounds funny. Wait, you did as in you were here for the call or not?
Works, all right? So there's some very, very important verbiage in here. Let's take a look. So it says, upon notification under section 2.
Okay, so just so that you're aware. He's confirmed that they have that they've passed the washed hands exam, that they have a certificate of beef eating. Apparently you need that to trade on the London Stock Exchange, and that they've passed qualifications for cursing Vishnu.
6B-8-206 or investigation by the medical examiner's office. The medical examiner shall, okay, this is an incredibly important word for those who don't know legal speak, right? Legal jargon. Shall means is required to.
Yes,
must.
shall is binding
assume
language.
jurisdiction over a deceased body if it appears that, and then here's conditions. So what this is saying is the next of kin does not get to decide these things. The medical examiner does. So there's no, religious exemption or something like that, some weird thing that happened here, all right? If one was by violence, gunshot, or accident. Well, yeah, that meets. 2, sudden death while in apparent good health. Meets that. We move down to 4. Another one occurred under suspicion.
I don't think sudden death applies to assassinations. That's not what that means.
Suspicious or unusual circumstances. So the problem with this no autopsy report story is this is not legal. The medical examiner would be in huge trouble, and you got to keep in mind there's very specific reasons why they are legally required to do an autopsy. The main one being, especially in a murder case, right, is they need the evidence. You got to have the autopsy evidence to take this to trial, because if you try to show up to trial as the prosecutor and say that this 22-year-old kid by himself got on a roof using a 30-06 and take this shot and the bullet didn't even pass through, didn't even make it through his neck, but you don't have any autopsy proof to back any of this up, guess what? This kid's going to walk free. You got nothing now. So it's hard for me to believe necessarily there's no autopsy, but again, stranger things have happened. Also, very hard to believe any reporting coming out of anyone, even Turning Point USA, right? We got that weird Man of Steel surgeon's report that the surgeon found the bullet just underneath the skin. Then we had a different medical examiner supposed report where the bullet hit his vertebrae and traveled all the way down into his heart. My questions are this, because I saw this interview put out by the gentleman who actually rode with Charlie to the hospital in an interview yesterday, which complicates things even more.
Is a foot from me. And his eyes are fixed, Megan. He's not looking at me. He's looking into eternity. He was already with Jesus. Absent from the body, present with the Lord.
Fuck. This is why I don't like dealing with fervently religious people, to put it nicely. They start interpreting events, and then they start bridging the truth, and then they start huffing hard copium, and they start messing with the facts. Old religious man sees death for the first time. Yeah, pretty much. These are not reliable testimonies. I am sorry, but we're not dealing with rational people who exist in reality.
Says the New Testament.
This isn't just a wallet, it's a rare find. There's something different about owning something almost nobody else has. That's why when Ridge dropped their...
Okay, that's obviously horrible. I feel for this man for sure. However, what he says there is he's very clear that Charlie Kirk was dead in the car. He was already dead. Now, he can't legally pronounce anyone dead. You have to have the actual doctor or medical examiner do that at the hospital. But if he showed up to the hospital...
American YouTube seems worse for ads than UK YouTube. I don't know. I think it is. Yeah, probably. Frequency should be about the same for us. We get pre-rolls, we get mid-rolls. It also depends on the video, because monetized channels can regulate ad breaks in the middle of the video. As for example, if you're some kind of talentless hack like Michelle Carr or whatever the fuck her name is, she has like 10 of those across a 20-minute video.
Hospital completely dead, no vitals, no nothing. No surgeon is operating on a dead body. So where did this weird surgeon story come from? The surgeon found this? What was the surgeon operating on if he was already dead? And then if there's no autopsy, how did you possibly know the second story of where this bullet was or have it traveled down the neck into the heart? Because you obviously didn't open him up. You would have waited for the autopsy to do that. So the no autopsy story, while it could 100% be true, very, very odd for one, and then also not legal too. All right, so we have the non-autopsy story, and again, how do we even know what's true anymore? Like, we got
clearly they were removing evidence of what actually killed him. I mean, it's kind of very obvious because it was caught on camera from 3 different angles.
One story is non-autopsy, another story is autopsy. I don't know, right? But let's look at the actual new post that came out today stating that there was an autopsy done and has the information of the autopsy in it. All right, so then you have this post from Died Suddenly. Again, guys, I have no idea if any of these accounts are legitimate or if these posts are legitimate at this point, but we got conflicting stories here. Autopsy done, not done. So here's the it was done that just came out. All right, so new. An autopsy was performed on Charlie Kirk's body in the death.
This is all very sus. This all seems like a clusterfuck because I feel like we're in a space where a lot of people are just making shit up for the purpose of clicks. Like Candace Owens is now spinning an entire story of how the assassination was orchestrated by Mormon Jewish bees for some reason.
Certificate was issued based on the initial hospital findings, and then Charlie's body was transferred to the medical examiner for the full autopsy the next day. Now, this is probably the way it should happen, so I'm inclined to believe that this is most likely true, but again, I have no idea. The standard procedure in Utah when ensuring the timely release of the body for the funeral while preserving forensics analysis under Utah law, autopsies are
Mormon Jewish bee. You could see that. Yeah, it is plausible. That's probably why she's pursuing that angle.
Required for deaths resulting from violent homicide, like we just showed in the Utah code. All right, a detailed autopsy report is due mid to late October and will account for toxicology, histology, and final reviews. And here's where we get into the big problem with this story. Preliminary details have been disclosed, confirming a single 30-06 gunshot wound to the neck that severed critical arteries and the cervical spine, leading to rapid blood loss and death. The other details in the report from authorities prior to closing the case. All right. And so here's the huge problem when we talk about that. If that's what the autopsy report shows, well, now it doesn't match the surgeon's message or the track down his spine and entered his heart version. Now we have.
Well, because those versions are obviously cock shit. Like this actually sounds consistent with the video that we've all seen, especially the close-up one. Yes, there is he's very obviously shot with a supersonic round. And the temporary wound cavity that's produced by a 30-06 would be enough to shatter one of the vertebrae and sever the cervical spine, along with causing massive blood loss. It's plausible in the same world where Samsung bribed a coven of South Korean wishes because the leader of said wishes had control of the South Korean's president because she was in a cult run by... See, like you say that, but we both know that those are things that actually happened.
Now what we have is that a single 30-06 round penetrated his arteries and severed that means cut clean through his spine, which would make sense. But that doesn't make sense because there was no exit wound. So what you have to believe in this autopsy report is that this 30-06 round, and guys, I actually did my own full ballistics tests with the 30-06, and we tested some absolutely ridiculous things, not just like a human gel head. We tested cow femurs wrapped in 8 inches of meat. We tested literal steel plates, 3/8 inch steel, 1/2 inch steel. And actually, I'll show you a little preview of that video right here.
My brother in Christ, like, surely you can afford a phone camera that can film in slow motion. He was shot in the back of the neck with a 22? Yeah, probably.
All right, here we go.
Here's our cow femur. The damage to that. Literally snapped in half, and then our neck that we built, that was nice, solid, thick, 4 or 5 inches of meat, absolutely obliterated.
That should get me a 30-06.
That was like 3 to 4 inch cow femur. It's hard as a rock and dense. It's got to hold a multiple 1,000-pound animal up, wrapped in like 8 inches of meat. That 30-06 just blew through it like butter, like it's nothing. So with this autopsy,
it's also not a flexible joint like femurs, not femurs, like vertebrae are.
The report says a 30-06 blew through his neck, severed his spine, and then just stopped with this little 1/8 inch or less of skin right here behind the spine. That's where the round stopped. Because if it severed his spine, it went clean through, but there's no exit wound. That doesn't work. That doesn't work anatomically. Okay, human skin doesn't somehow stop the round. So because of that, this makes me inclined to believe that this isn't true. So
was there no exit wound?
The truth, guys. I don't think we're going to get it. I don't think we're ever going to know, obviously. It's getting so ridiculous. But they have to have, I'm assuming, an autopsy report to, again, and this is where the complications get, because like I said before, if you were to put this kid up on the stand with no autopsy report, no ballistics report, and no proof of anything, which honestly, I still don't think they have real proof of anything. Most of it's all circumstantial at this point. I think it's going to be incredibly difficult to actually convict this kid based off of the evidence provided, unless the FBI has a ton of stuff we just don't know, which could be the case. Now you add in potentially no autopsy report. Nah, dude, that kid's walking free. Unless they just make stuff up. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm not saying I believe there's no autopsy report. That doesn't really make sense. But at this point, stranger things are happening, guys. So can we confirm there was an autopsy done? There wasn't? I don't know.
So basically, unless the FBI is sitting on evidence that they're not releasing, and then there's actual evidence, actual hard evidence to reconstruct the picture of how the shooting actually took place, all that happened is that the kid self-incriminated to go to an ass rape summer camp for the better part of 6 months? Okay. This is starting to glow more than I would like. All right, Bill Maher is back on his shit. Stranger things have happened. Yeah, you're unfortunately right. But yeah, Bill Maher is once again, he has been summoned to run interference and try to enforce the both sides narrative. So we're going to call him on his shit.
And finally, new rule, as it's kind of late in the fourth quarter for America and we're behind by 3 touchdowns, let's make one last stab at a grand bargain.
Behind who exactly? I think we're doing pretty good. You might not like the things that are happening, but you know, I have to tap the sign. Where's my sign? Chat won't tap it for me, so I will do that myself. I remind you that no, you might not like things that are happening, but I got what I voted for.
Between the two sides that hate each other so much. America used to do this all the time, make bargains.
No, I don't hate the entire other side. I specifically hate communists. And the other side, for some reason, deems it appropriate to collaborate with them. Yes, I know that they paid an opera singer to assassinate Castro. That's not really weird.
And I've suggested many myself, like, you stop saying fetuses are the same as babies, and we'll stop saying trans women are the same as biological women. You stop saying alternative facts, and we'll stop saying my truth.
Wait, who says alternative facts? I'm sorry, that's a term that was thought up by MSNBC. Alternative facts are not a conservative fixture. He probably means fake news, and we'll stop calling them fake news the moment that they stop being fake. Hey there, Notary. The other side has completely yielded to communism. You're just trying to get this napalm unloaded.
You stop saying thoughts and prayers, and we'll stop with the land acknowledgement.
I mean, like land acknowledgements are cringe and gay, so it's more of a self-report anyway. Also, we don't do land acknowledgements in the US. That's entirely a Canadian thing.
You admit there's no such thing as voter fraud.
I guess it's a Commonwealth thing rather, because both Canadians and Australians do that.
And we'll admit that.
Wait, what the fuck?
You admit there's no such thing as voter fraud.
There's no such thing as voter fraud. That never happens. People don't vote in violation of voting laws. That's why California had to criminalize asking for IDs. Are they even communist? Most of them seem to approve of big globalist megacorps so long as they fly the gay flag. That's the surface level. That's the useful idiot layer. There are people who are just genuine. I mean, look at Zoran Mamdani. He is just a genuine boilerplate Marxist. Just typical champagne socialist. Him and Hamas Piker both.
And we'll admit that getting a picture ID isn't really that fucking hard to do. Stuff like that.
See, Terry also voted for this.
As it is so late in the game, let's just go right to the granddaddy of bargains now. The left will seriously quash all their loony woke shit, and the right will stop the slide into autocracy.
Is this slide into autocracy here with us? Because I would like to see one.
It's really the only card left to play. Because the basic problem we have in America is conservatives think the liberals are insane, and they're not completely wrong. Now, I don't think most liberals are insane, but neither do they make it clear they disapprove of the ones who are, and their cowardice in not marginalizing their own crazies has been their downfall. I couldn't get Neil deGrasse Tyson, a genius scientist and preeminent...
Let's not throw the word genius around so willy-nilly, okay?
...scientific voice in the media to agree that it was ridiculous for Scientific American and The Atlantic to be claiming that separating sports by sex doesn't make sense. Yes, it does. Actually, it makes perfect sense.
The way the USA neo-libtard left calls themselves liberals disgusts you. Well, they've done a very good job of co-opting that term and designating themselves as liberals, even though they stand for the exact opposite of personal liberty. Because probably they do that, they wedge their agenda into public discourse through a facsimile of personal liberty. Like, they try to slot it in with, well, you should have the right to be an unattached, rootless vagabond that smokes weed and has casual sex with strangers. You should have the liberty to do that. Free stuff is a right. Therefore, yeah, you no longer have laws or a country.
And it's obvious that it does. And there's a lot of stuff like that on the left. And when conservatives see it, they say, I'm sorry, we're just not going to go along with reinventing society, often pointlessly, even if we have to cancel democracy to do it. That's what they're saying. They see
we're not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic.
Gender is only a construct, and
all this free stuff, and yet I never get any of it. Same. I just get to pay for it.
Sex is assigned at birth, and they say, we're not doing that. Transing kids by self-diagnosis with no age limit, no parental notification, and no acknowledgement of social contagion, not doing it. Asylum now covers any reason for anyone to come to America, not doing it. Homelessness is a lifestyle.
Holy shit. Bill Maher is now a border hawk.
Natural immunity doesn't count anymore. Whiteness is toxic. Penises in women's prisons. Welcoming the Intifada. We're not doing it. And so, folks, if we are ever going to get back to the old America, that's got to be the Democrats' part of the bargain. Stop coming up with radically new...
Reminder that old America included Lincoln suspending habeas corpus in order to purge his political opposition. Do you really want to draw from that? Well, because I'm fine with that. But are you sure that's what you're asking for?
and often terrible ideas, and then in the next breath insist there be no debate about any of it. That if you don't see it right away and go along, you're bad, stupid, and deplorable. As if you were saying, duh, 2 + 2 = 5, isn't that obvious? Yeah, it's obvious you can't add.
Don't forget the U.S. government seizing all of its citizens' gold. They're not coming up with new shit. This is all old school anarcho-communism, critical theory dog shit. Yes, well, it's new to them because they don't read the source material.
You can't just say shit. Math is racist. Queers for Palestine. Looting is cool. Healthy at any weight. If the men's football team played the women's team, it would be a tie. You can't just say shit. I mean, you can, but it doesn't make it true because you're not Harry Potter. Smug self-righteousness in the defense of some of the dumbest ideas to ever come down the pike is not a formula that's really working for you. Because here's one thing I can promise every liberal in this country. The Democrats can win every election from now until forever. And the people who now hold the reins of power will not give a shit and will not give it back if they think you're still nutty.
I have to agree with that. Yeah, I would rather, at this point, at the current state that the Democratic Party and their larger field of support is, I'm sorry, I'd rather just put y'all in camps. You cannot be trusted to run America anymore. You've very thoroughly discredited yourself by debasing our currency and diluting our population with infinity migrants over the course of 4 years. No, you can actually not be trusted to run the country anymore.
Which brings me to my friends on the right, to whom I say, becoming an authoritarian police state, that's not going to work for you either.
Are you sure about that? I'm willing to test that.
Do you know what a drag it is to actually have to run a police state because half the population is seething and plotting against you, while all the time you know, deep down, that they're right about...
No, they're not right about shit. Like, your terms are acceptable. Just give me letters of marque to hunt libtards.
America becoming something that it never was and never should be?
Lincoln suspended habeas corpus. He threw his political enemies and, and newspapers who did not give him favorable coverage in prison, if not assassinated them.
You keep saying the left is more approving of political violence. Well,
we've interned an entire Japanese American population on suspicions of sedition. No, we do some hardball shit occasionally. Not all of it is right, but I think right now the evidence is overwhelming that we need to set a precedent that would make commies and Marxists afraid of violence again.
Who do you think that's going to be aimed at? I know it feels exhilarating.
Going to be?
To make the liberals cry their liberal tears after they made you feel disrespected and looked down on and flown over.
Disrespected? My brother in Christ were being shot at. Some Redditor retard shot at an ICE facility, killing 3 illegals because he's a Redditor and can't really shoot, but that's besides the point.
And called the nutty ones. But come on, I thought you were the tough guys. Get over it.
Says a man who can't bench press his body weight.
You must know that we are really on the edge of a dictatorship here.
Is this dictatorship in the room with us right now? Because last I checked, Donald Trump is still very much coloring within the lines and staying within the process. Clearly the ghost of Shinzo Abe is spreading his bullet deflection message.
And you're the only ones who can stop it. Do you
the idea that they are attempting at all to use the ideas of some chronic no-lifer from fucking Germany and have partially succeeded is utterly absurd. Not only that, he wasn't a no-lifer, but he was a lifetime leech who's never who's never had a real job and has spent his entire life mooching off of his extremely wealthy family and off of his close associates. And every personal letter he's ever sent to friends and family included him begging for money. To be fair to Marx, him and Friedman agreed on one thing: rent seeking is bad. I disagree with that statement. I think rent seeking is a normal form of using your non-liquid assets. Just learn Econ 101, skill issue.
Really want to make this a fundamentally different country than the one you claim to love? A country where we censor the media, disappear people.
Who have we disappeared? Can we name an American citizen that we have disappeared? I would really like to disappear fucking Ilhan Omar.
Use the legal system to excuse friends and punish enemies.
Sorry, I'm gonna go back to the disappear point. Never fucking mind. Who has disappeared? Because disappear requires a lack of chain of custody. Like, a person actually has to fucking disappear from records and, I don't know, be found in a shallow grave 3 weeks later. No, these people are disappeared. They are arrested by law enforcement. They are booked on charges, and then they are deported to their countries of origin because they are not entitled to be in the United States, because none of them are citizens. And most of them have deportation orders. Like, none of that is illegal. None of that is wrong. It was wrong to have these people here in the first place. His dignity has disappeared. I doubt he had any in the first place. He's a Californian.
Use the legal system.
The man runs interference for the side that taxes him at a rate of above 40% and gives him nothing for it.
Excuse friends and punish enemies. Have a secretish police.
What did those enemies do, Bill?
Hang banners of
secretish police? You mean like the federal agency that is actually well known and has a very specific mandate?
The dear leader on buildings, soon newspapers.
Oh, I'm sorry, there were no Biden. There was no wall-to-wall coverage with dear leader Obama.
To declare war without mercy on windmills. You know that's all crazy too, right?
It's really not, because windmills, A, don't work, are expensive to maintain, and are a hazard to the wildlife.
So how about...
Windmills drive whales to suicide. Are you aware of that? Windmills placed near the shoreline drive whales to beach themselves. How the fuck does it vanish from people's heads that the fucking cartels exist? Exactly.
Starting your end of the bargain with this. Find one thing Trump wants and tell him no.
Indians. Deport all Indians. I'm not sure he wants it, but he's not deporting all Indians. There you go. I say no to there being any Indians in America. Just complete, total fucking ban on all H-1Bs. You can't have any. Deport and denaturalize them down to the third generation.
One thing.
That's my thing. Trump can't have any Indians. Or Somalis. Like, he can't have any of those. I don't give a fuck if he wants any. No, just none. The H-1Bs, they're fucking gone.
Just one time, say, sir, we'd like to, but we can't. It's still a government of laws, because you're way past flirting with authoritarianism. Flirting? Let's be real. You're fucking it. And
Can you name an authoritarian thing that he did, though? Like something that would actually facially meet that requirement and not just, part of the powers of the office of the president. They've crossed the border and done violence to federally. Oh, yeah, exactly.
And I get it. It's hot. Troops in the streets, funerals with...
Troops in the street? Fucking Katie Hochul deployed the National Guard in New York under Biden. What the fuck are you on about? Using the Guard to stabilize areas where the police has failed for one reason or another is a standard practice. It's just that Trump is using it in places where it actually works, and to the extent where it actually works. Troops in the street doing what, Bill?
With fireworks, the Department of War, exploding boats.
Exploding boats, Fox. Like, I'm sorry, I have absolutely no qualms with destroying cartel-run narco boats.
MILFs packing heat.
Also, yes.
And in Congress.
Yes.
The smell of tear gas in the morning. Pete Hegseth without a shirt on. It's a whole vibe, but it's not gonna.
Yeah, I'm here for this vibe. I'm entirely here for this. Someone tap the sign real quick.
Last. What good is making America great again if you end up losing the America part?
No, it's still going to be America. It's just going to be way better once we purge all of the Marxists and communists. Yeah, nice attempt. Valiant sales
Refining
pitch.
your writing with clarity.
What the fuck? Oh, this is female self-defense. God. For bombing drug boats and you're blackpilling? I know, right? No, Terry, by the way, we had a live call with an Indian scammer, and you've missed it. So I guess rip bozo. All right. So, this is a tea ceremony channel. The lady on the right is your sort of classical tea ceremony practitioner, and I socialize with those people a lot. They're very nice. They're very soft. They're very focused on like the one craft that they do. They are not ready for a reality that includes violence, like to no extent whatsoever. And unfortunately, this is a very good demonstration of that fact. But I think it bears to, like, as you can see, like the channel is dedicated to tea ceremony, and I socialize with these people a lot just through the course of me learning tea ceremony. And I guess Japan is just, becoming culturally enriched by the Infinity Indians and the Kurds to the extent that even tea ceremony practitioners are now discovering the importance of self-defense, which is kind of depressing to even say out loud. And I would like us and them to both be good countries with good high trust societies where criminal elements are removed from society before they assume critical mass. And we're just going to handle those things very differently. I think that in America we do a pretty good job of self-policing once the populace is armed enough and actual laws are being enforced, and Japan just needs to stop letting foreigners in, especially from low trust societies. So he's explaining how to escape and resist a 2-on-1 hand drag. And he's explaining it. He's also a tea ceremony master, and of course he does fucking Aikido because of course. He's a frail old man who's called spiritually an art ho. But so the technique itself is called kotekudaki. In a vacuum, it's not a bad technique. It's not an invalid technique. I question the sort of the larger context that he's presenting here. He does remind you of Steven Seagal a little bit, just not as fat. Well, he's aged more gracefully than Steven Seagal, I guess. Correct pronunciation, but regardless. So he falls over from an incorrect application of the technique.
両手から握られても、張ってなんで
Siegel has no wrinkles, fat smooths his skin out. I think Steven Siegel is all. Oh no, he's actually of a fairly respectable age now. Isn't he in his 60s now?
スローモーションでやってみますね。まず正中線のところにこの手が来るように持ってきます。で、動きながらやらないと効果ないんですね。動きながらやって、そしてここでハテナをして、これが自分のお腹の方にそして回転させながら落としていく。
He's not explaining it well. I'm not going to go into the minutia of explaining the mechanics of it, but basically, he is locking out the wrist into a position where there's pain compliance and a capacity for an actual injury, but that's not a good way to get to that position, especially for female self-defense. Like, no woman is going to be able to wrench her hands into that position against a man who intends harm.
護身術を通して体、心、波動が一度に整うプログラムです。護身の技術は万が一に備える力を与えるだけではなく、日々の体の使い方を変え、
Yeah, that's not real. That's not gonna work. That's Aikido shit.
硬くなった関節を和らげ、血の巡りを優しく高めます。結果として代謝が促され、ナチュラルなダイエット効果も期待できます。本クラスの特徴は、女性の体に合わせた安全で効果的な動きと、右脳に働きかける。
So they're trying to pitch this as, yeah, this is classical female self-defense cock shit, and no, it does not work. It's never going to work. It was never going to work. For some reason, we hate Nintendo now. I'm not sure why, but this is an hour-long video. I'm gonna give it 10 minutes tops.
They're pretty big. Pokemon, Donkey Kong, Kirby, Zelda, Mario. They made the games that...
You get the Nintendo hate. I'm kind of indifferent. I don't really engage with Nintendo stuff outside of Pokemon.
Everybody loves. Or they used to. When Nintendo made the NES in 1985, it exploded in popularity. Everybody wanted this thing. Nintendo quickly became the household console that every family owned. Every kid had an NES, or a Game Boy, or a Wii, or a...
Okay, but I'm gonna stop you right there, my guy. That's an extremely America-centric perspective. You're just glossing over the entire Japanese-specific history of Nintendo.
A DS, or a Switch. Nintendo was a part of everyone's childhood, and because of that, everyone loved them. Nintendo always felt like...
Because, again, Nintendo was, and still is, a Japanese company. The patent troll shit, their hardware is no longer interesting, and they just slap everyone who engages in emulation. So on the patent troll shit, I agree. That is just lawfare with no cause to it. On the hardware side, listen, if you, like, copyright and IPs exist for a reason. They're not going to be able to chase you for emulation if you don't do that publicly. And emulation is inherently piracy because you need to get access to pirated assets. So if a company doesn't want to let you play its games, maybe just, don't play their games and stop giving them money.
Like the most genuine company compared to Sony and Microsoft. Every title they released had so much love poured into it. Playing their games are some of the most fun memories I have from my childhood. I loved Nintendo, and now I hate them. Nintendo is no longer the friendly, familiar face we thought we knew. They've become the most greedy, self-indulgent, anti-consumer business that not only doesn't care about their community, but is actively destroying it.
Okay, then stop giving them money.
Releasing terrible ports of games for more money, charging an upgrade fee to play titles in 60 FPS, raising the price of older consoles.
They're still selling them, sure, you get that angle, but emulating stuff they're not selling, again, if a company is preventing you from engaging with their product, just don't engage with any of their product.
Charging creators to make videos on their products, and shutting down a charity event? What happened? making games that were timeless and consoles that were actually fresh. They were so easy to root for until now. Their entire brand's reputation is falling apart, and they don't even seem to care.
This is Pod 5, the first fully immersive sleep system. Intelligent.
Hey, by the way, I'm trying to beat Chipotle analytics. Trust me, you haven't heard everything. Now I understand this video is very long. Not everyone is going to be staring at the video the whole time. So I made another audio cue. If you hear this, that means I'm showing something relevant on screen. For example, this is my dog. With all that being said, please enjoy me talking about the most scummy, brain-dead, pathetic, worthless company in existence. Nintendo.
Stop giving them money.
How about we start off with something nice and easy, like some good old software scams. Do you ever want to just donate $10 to Nintendo? Well, great. Introducing upgrade packs. Possibly the scummiest invention since loot boxes. You know that game you bought 8 years ago that runs like shit? Well, you can fix that now. All you have to do is buy Nintendo's latest overpriced console, of course the $70 game, and then a $10 upgrade fee.
I like how this dude is airing out complaints that, you know, just from a sheer numbers perspective, were something that the rest of the gaming market had to contend with 10 years ago. Because I don't recall when was the last time a mainline console was worth $450 and games were less than $70. The upgrade feels kind of scummy though. Well, the upgrade, I assume, is a product of them having to upscale the game engine. So there was dev work that went into that in order to get that support. Like, is that a great way? Either your console is backward compatible or it's not. I mean, it's going to be backwards compatible. It's just that it's just going to run like shit, and then you're going to have people complain that, oh, I bought this new console, but the old game runs like shit on it.
To unlock the frame rate. I'm sorry, let me get this straight. Breath of the Wild is 8 years old now, and it cost more money? All you guys had to do was add 30 extra frames? And what, a gambling mechanic?
Once per day, you can spin for a daily bonus.
This is so pathetic. They add the tiniest, most insignificant features, like an extra save slot, sharing auto builds, and phone navigation.
Your destination is north of here and
Holy shit, Nintendo is actually like 10 years in the past.
close. Your destination is above. Your destination is nearby. You have reached your destination.
Can you shut the f up?
Did we really need Google Maps and Tears of the Kingdom? Isn't the whole point to explore? This is obviously an excuse to charge you money for a higher frame rate cap. The same goes for...
Okay, then don't. Just don't play the game. Simple as. Sorry, my tracking keeps fucking off. It's in a powered power strip now, so I assume this is a camera problem. See, you just don't same. Like if I have take issue, or you know what, to be real, I'm just generally disinterested in Nintendo. Like Pokemon doesn't make a game I like, or doesn't make it easy for me to play the game without buying their brick. I just play Palworld instead.
Kirby, Metroid, and of course, Mario Party Jamboree. This one is especially bad. It's $20 for this upgrade, which makes this game worth $80 now. Crazy. In return, you get a couple shitty minigames.
You mean like most expanded editions of PC games cost now? Okay.
That utilize the camera, and better resolution, kind of. The new minigames run in 1440p. The old minigames run in 1080p. And if you're playing handheld, it runs in 720p, even though the Switch 2's display is 1080p. And this is $80. Nintendo believes this game is worth more than Grand Theft Auto 5, Hollow Knight, and Minecraft combined. Why not let people...
GTA 5 is what? It's like a 15-year-old game now.
People that bought the console and the game just play the game at a higher frame rate. Because that wouldn't make them any money. You know what does make them money? This guy. Everybody loves Mario, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it just be awesome if they remaster some of the best Mario games?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yay.
Okay, good. Because for Mario's 35th anniversary, they packaged Super Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, and Mario Galaxy in one bundle.
Wow.
Whoa. It fucking sucked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this game is trash. There is no widescreen support. 2 of the 3 games are just being emulated. The controller input mapping is terrible. Super Mario 64 is locked at 30 FPS. They weren't even trying on this game, but they still sold it for $60. And the cherry on top, they made it a limited release.
Then don't buy it.
It was available for purchase for 1 year, and then all physical copies were stripped and it was taken off the eShop. I'm not joking.
Yeah, FOMO is a real selling strategy. I'm sorry, Nintendo tards. Cope and seethe.
Was the whole marketing of this game. It was like they were yelling,
"You need to buy this right now. It's running out. Buy, 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 buy."
They were preying on FOMO, fear of missing out. And it worked. This game sold 10 million copies. That is a third of Elden Ring.
I mean, all Nintendo fans have to do is stop buying the games. I think the other component of it is that there needs to be a separation between Nintendo fans and Nintendo's intended audience. That was a mouthful to say. Nintendo makes products for children. Just because you are a man-child and still want to lavish in the nostalgia of when your parents were still together, doesn't mean that Nintendo needs to cater to you. Nintendo makes products for children. They've always made products for children. Their games are rated E for everyone. I don't think they have a single T for teen game, except, well, I guess The Legend of Zelda is like a teen franchise, but still. And they enforce that pretty severely. So I think that the screeching of the terminally online isn't reaching them because there's no impact to their bottom line, because their bottom line is driven by parents who want to buy sanitized, fun entertainment products for their children. And neither of those people are going to watch an hour-long seething video essay about how Nintendo bad because they are a privately owned, well, not, are they publicly traded? They are publicly traded to a certain extent. But because a company needs to make money to function. So I'm sorry, I fail to commiserate. If you don't like things that a company does, just stop giving them money. Simple as. Okay, coming back to our contemporary news. FBI had 275 feds embedded in January 6th. So probably more than everyone else once we add in the informants.
FBI embedded 275 plainclothes agents in January 6th crowd, Blaze reports.
That's in addition to the informants, by the way.
House panel probes informants' roles. How did we get to this point? I thought we were told it was a couple of dozen agents. How is it now nearly 300 in total? It's because of the use of language. When they were asked about undercover agents, they said a couple dozen. Plainclothes, well, that's different. They're not undercover. They're there literally as agents, but they're just, they're just wearing different clothes. And so here we are, my friends. It is now going viral. This is a Fedsurrection, but I want to add.
So January 6th was literally an inside job. It was literally just feds staging a protest in order to create something out of nothing.
To this. I believe there is a strong probability that not only was this instigated and planned by the feds, but that Democrats knew about it. Now, I'm not saying it's definitive, but one thing that I pointed out right after it happened, was that AOC claimed foreknowledge. What? Now, don't get me wrong, she may just be a lying piece of garbage, but AOC claimed in a story on Instagram shortly after January 6th that she heard a bang on her door. "Where is she?" the voice said. She hid in the bathroom, fearing she would die. Well, she was ragged on by conservatives because they said she wasn't even in the Capitol building. To which I have her statement. There are tunnels connecting the Capitol building to the office she was in which case it was entirely possible that the rioters could have made it to her office. The only problem, the story she told was actually an officer evacuating the building, which took place about an hour before the Capitol was even breached, which initially my assumption was that she just made the story up after the fact. But I'm wondering if the story actually was true. And she had been told in advance that they were going to storm the Capitol, and she was terrified when they got to her office. Interesting that she was evacuated before the riots happened, yet she still thought the banging on her door was the rioters who had not actually gotten into the building at that time. Why would AOC fear rioters in a building they had not breached? No one knew it. Really?
Funny how that works out.
No one knew? Maybe they did know. Maybe with 300 feds and these accusations, it's entirely possible that not only did law enforcement know the breach was going to happen in advance, but that AOC knew as well. Let me show you. I think it's fair to say AOC is just a liar. That was my initial assessment. She fabricated a story after the fact that never happened. But that would involve the other people in her office also going along with the story that never happened, which is also entirely possible. Or it could
be...
be...
The Tylenol is getting to her. No, I think she's just stupid. That's the thing. She didn't know that she's not supposed to disclose the fact that she was aware of the riot a full hour in advance.
That AOC knew the riots were going to happen, knew the breach was going to happen, and when the banging got to her door, she thought, oh crap, is it now? Why would she fear and hide in her bathroom? Was she lying about hiding in her bathroom? If she wasn't, why was she hiding in her bathroom unless she knew the rioters were going to breach the Capitol a full hour before they actually did? The real reason? The cops were evacuating the building an hour early due to a credible threat. Strange is all I can say. I don't know. Speculate all you want. Yahoo.
I wonder what would be the implication from a lawsuit perspective. Like if the FBI was running an illegal operation and they've basically entrapped people in a riot that they have staged, and then those people spent, 4 years in prison? Imagine the payouts.
Who reports? Rep. Barry Loudermilk, chairman of the House Select J6 subcommittee, said this week his panel is focused on the number and role of paid informants present during the J6 demonstrations. Look at that. Demonstrations, they say. And whether intelligence from those sources was properly shared with law enforcement. Loudermilk further asked, but of these informants, if they were paid to inform, what information did the FBI actually get from them? How did they not know this was coming? If they had that many paid informants, I believe they did know it was coming. Separately, The Blaze reported on September 25th that, citing a senior congressional source, the FBI told Congress it had 275 plainclothes agents in the J6 crowds. The outlet wrote that, quote, depending on how one reads undercover agents versus plainclothes agents, both statements could be true, and did not publicly identify its source. A December 12, 2024 press release from the DOJ about the FBI's handling of confidential sources stated we found no evidence in the materials we reviewed or the testimony we received showing or suggesting the FBI had undercover employees. Interesting. And that's because undercover and plainclothes means something else. I have a video for you that I want to play. John Strand posted this. Watch this video.
Do not go in there.
Interesting. Dude bro with a body cam with his face obscured who just removes a window and then doesn't do with it anything with it. Just waits for people to go in.
A radio journalist from Michigan was shooting video that day at the Capitol. What he captured were two, most charitably called, suspicious actors, but they are dressed in such a way that led him to believe that they were government agents. And one of them, after the windows had been broken by a protester, it was encouraging people to pull the rest of the glass out and go inside. Bobby Powell, who was the journalist that had shot it, and he has his camera rolling, he told him that would be illegal and that wouldn't be a good idea. He warned people off not to go into that window, and then he turned his camera around and he caught this agent or suspicious actor pulling a large pane of glass out, this tempered glass. It kind of folds into itself, crunch onto the ground. And when he realized he was being filmed,
he's oddly aware of how to remove tempered glass from a frame.
He quickly dropped it. It seems apparent on the video that he did not want to be seen doing what he just did. So he pulled in a protester and started blaming him. He said, "What are you doing breaking that window?" The poor fellow that was being accused didn't know what was going on. And then he gave him a couple of really good shoves and cocked his arm like he was going to punch him. We don't know his...
It would be funny if someone actually clocked him in the mouth to see if they would have caught a charge for assaulting a federal officer. That would be something interesting to see come out of this.
The facial image is not on any of the Sedition Hunters sites or the FBI's most wanted site, but he clearly was committing criminal damage to property, and he has not been charged. So it raises a question of why.
Also, the individual trying to, again, opening the window up is even encouraging people to enter, I believe, as well?
Yes.
What's he saying?
Well, he said, "Why don't y'all open the rest of it up?"
Why don't you guys open up the rest? Because I think that probably be illegal. Oh, I know my glasses.
Interesting, huh? Now, this is just one example. I've certainly could pull up many, many more examples. But how about we go to the New York Times? No. Ocasio-Cortez did not make up her experience during the Capitol riots.
Yeah, she was just not supposed to tell you about it because it was a whole hour before the riot.
This story is from February 4th, 2021. You may remember my reporting from...
I love that we just have confirmation of the fact that AOC is just retarded. Then again, did we really need a confirmation that a socialist and an open communist is retarded?
On this because I was calling out conservatives. They were saying, how could she have possibly been scared? She wasn't in the Capitol. The New York Times responded with this. Since Rep. AOC, the New York Democrat, took to Instagram Live on Monday to describe what the J6 riot was like from inside the Capitol complex, critics have claimed that she wasn't where she said she was, or she couldn't have experienced what she described from her location. These claims are false. This is not news reporting. This is a lie. Outright saying the claims are false. This is really weird to me. I'm done playing these games. I am not giving the benefit of the doubt. The fact that the entirety of the corporate press apparatus came to her defense to back up this story, which could not possibly be true, I think AOC had foreknowledge. I will say it again. If this only... Look, I think a reasonable person looking from the outside might say AOC just fabricated a story. Then why did all of the apparatus come out and say her story is correct? Let me read. Well, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez was not in the main domed Capitol building when the rioters breached it. She never said she was. She accurately described being in the Cannon House office building, which is part of the Capitol complex and is connected to the main building by tunnels. In her live stream, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez recalled hiding in a bathroom and thinking she was going to die as unknown people entered her office and shouted.
So she was forewarned that there's going to be a glow up. And then when things actually started happening, she had a panic attack. And then to substantiate how horrible the riot was, even though she was nowhere near the actual riot and she was evacuated a full hour before, she started slipping information that she was not supposed to disclose in the first place because no one was supposed to know that it was known in advance that there was going to be a riot. I see.
Where is she? They turned out to be Capitol police officers who had not clearly identified themselves. And Ms. Ocasio-Cortez said so on Instagram. She did not claim that they were rioters, only that from her hiding spot, she initially thought they were. Why?
What an odd thing to say.
There was no riot. I don't understand. During the riot, reporters wrote on Twitter that the Cannon building was being evacuated because of credible threats, and that Capitol police officers were running through the hallways and entering offices, just as Ms. Ocasio-Cortez described. These false claims about her statements have spread widely online. Much of the backlash stemming from an article on the conservative Red State blog.
To be fair, that kind of mass movement isn't hard to see if you're able to look for it. Like, you mean if you're the ones orchestrating it, I guess. Yeah, so.
A live stream from right-wing commentator Steven Crowder. On Thursday, Rep. Nancy Mace tweeted, "I'm 2 doors down for AOC and no insurrectionist stormed our hallway." But Ms. Ocasio-Cortez never said insurrectionists had stormed her hallway, and Ms. Mace herself has described being frightened enough to barricade her own door. A spokeswoman for Ms. Mace said on Friday that the Congresswoman's tweet had been intended as an indictment of the media for reporting that there were insurrectionists in our hallway when in fact there were not, and that it was not at all directed at Ocasio-Cortez. As the Capitol complex was stormed and people were being killed, none of us knew in the moment what areas were compromised, AOC tweeted. She is lying. This is just insane. Others have corroborated Ms. Ocasio.
All right, we're talking in circles here. It's pretty obvious. Okay, so this came up in my recommended feed for some reason, but I guess Canada is disarming its citizens even more, but Alberta is defying federal orders. I'm not sure what's happening, so let's look at this. I have a very, very shallow understanding of Canadian politics.
At the Cape Breton Regional Police Service, we have the capacity and the expertise to safely collect, verify, and secure prohibited firearms identified in our area so that the government can test the elements of this program. This program is really a way to help lawful gun owners stay in compliance with the law. We see this as giving them an opportunity to surrender.
And this is why you never agree to registries.
What they are no longer allowed to possess.
During the election.
Allowed to possess. Ain't no fucking government is going to tell me what I'm allowed to possess.
Campaign, we committed to moving ahead with implementing an efficient gun buyback program for assault-style firearms, such as the AR-15s. Today, we're here to talk about our government's next steps in making good on that promise to Canadians.
As you've seen, we have already taken action in that regard. We told the municipalities, no, you can't have a handgun ban. That is not municipal jurisdiction. We told the RCMP, no, you cannot participate in the confiscation scheme. We've told our sheriffs that. We have told municipal forces. We're working right now on what a legislative framework for an Alberta firearms license would look like. And we're going to fight it out because property and civil rights are our jurisdiction under Section 91 of the Constitution.
Hell yeah.
Say hello to Sunbridge.
You know, I keep hearing the Canadian government call this draconian initiative a buyback program, and I gotta laugh, because how exactly can the government buy back something that it never owned in the first place? That's not a buyback. That's
an interesting accent you have there, based pro-Western content creator.
A forced seizure with a gift card attached to it. And they've got the nerve to insist that it is voluntary. Voluntary? Really? Because last time I checked, if you refuse to hand over your legally purchased property, you're suddenly a criminal. And then they say, no, it's just about public safety.
Is that just how... I don't know. What are flavors of Canadian? Are there Canadians who speak like that? Because he sounds very ESL.
But let's be real. When you've got the full weight of the federal government threatening to take away your guns, your money, and maybe even your freedom, there's nothing voluntary about that.
Canada just wants to go full-throated tyranny, and the Western provinces need to get the fuck out sooner rather than later. It's not that they want. It's that they've been doing that for years now. I mean, again, good on Alberta for entertaining a secession.
Call it what it is. Confiscation. Plain and simple. And the fact that they keep doing mental gymnastics to avoid telling it like it is tells you just how dishonest these people are. Let's get into the video. Very quickly though, if you enjoy these videos, please do me. Thank you, and
Victorian Wildlife Association is concerned that people like hunters, sports shooters, and gun collectors might be unfairly impacted by the pilot project.
It's criminals. It's people that shouldn't own a firearm that have these firearms, not the law-abiding gun owners. Like, we are licensed, we are vetted. They were legal firearms when they got them. It's not the firearms that are causing the issues.
Canada's Public Safety Minister Gary Anandasanguri found
Let's pull up those criminal statistics broken down by ethnicity.
himself defending his government's gun buyback program that he appeared to criticize in a recording made on Sunday. Anandasanguri did not know he was being recorded when he said that if he had the chance, he would not have proceeded with a federal program aimed at buying assault rifles and other weapons from gun
Does that man have a fat Albert's head? I don't know.
owners. David Aiken has listened to the recording. David, what does...
Oh, hey there, Mandalore. What the hell kind of name is that? I don't know. Why are you on YouTube? Like, Twitch is the I forget, is the privileged chat. Why are you on GeekTube?
What does the minister say on it?
Well, this recording, Donna, was made by a tenant of a property that public safety minister...
Did you get yourself banned? Did you get yourself banned on Twitch? What did you do?
Minister Gary Anandasanguri owns in Toronto. The tenant had called Anandasanguri about a landlord-tenant issue, but then the tenant says Anandasanguri brought up the government's gun control
plan. That doesn't sound like a Canadian name, I'm sorry.
I'm
going to tell you something else. You may not be happy with it. We're launching the gun buyback plan.
Anandasanguri and his tenant have known each other for a while. The tenant legally owns an assault rifle that will soon be banned by Ottawa. Ottawa expects gun owners to sell.
Oh, you just have YouTube Prime and Twitch is overloaded with ads. That's fair. We don't have any ads here because I'm marking the stream as political content, so you can feel free to hop in.
Their freshly banned guns to the government. The tenant says he does not...
Buyback from who? The government never owned it. Yeah, good point.
Not want to sell. And in the recording he provided to Global News and others, he tries to convince Anandasanguri to scrap the policy. Anandasanguri says he cannot.
This is the mandate I was given by Carney to complete this.
He says one of the reasons the Liberals cannot change, they need votes from Quebec.
Right, and this is something that very much a big deal for many of the Quebec electorate that voted for us.
Really, the separatist Quebecois want to be disarmed by the government that they actually want to secede from. Big if true.
Spoken like a true liberal. He doesn't even believe in the program he's implementing, but he'll do anything to win those votes. Here's what drives me crazy. The same government that lets repeat violent offenders out on bail the same day is laser focused on making sure your neighbor down the road can't keep his hunting rifle. They tell us it's about protecting Canadians. But if that was true, why are the people actually causing the violence walking free while law-abiding gun owners get treated like criminals? It's completely backwards. And maybe that's the point. A population that's disarmed isn't safer. It's weaker, more dependent, and way easier to control.
Yeah, sounds
They know
right.
exactly what they're doing. If you can't protect yourself, if you've got no choice but to rely on Ottawa for safety, well, guess what? You'll obey whatever rules they come up with. That's not about reducing crime. It's about reducing resistance. And that's why they want your guns more than they want to lock up actual criminals. Think about that.
Mr. Speaker, the public safety minister has admitted that going after farmers and hunters rifles is not going to fight crime. So the only reason to do this is politics. If he was telling the truth, then why not reverse? If not, why isn't he fired?
Mr. Speaker, the gun registry, what the government is doing with the gun registry is putting in place a much more efficient way,
To confiscate guns. Yeah, we got it.
for Canadians to voluntarily return prohibited firearms, for fair compensation. This government is going to do it right.
Never the fuck ever allow registration. Registration is always the prelude to confiscations. Absolutely the fuck never. It's good that we had the wherewithal to prohibit the government from having searchable registries. Speaking completely hypothetically, what's the reasonable markup for smuggling an item across the border to people who want it? About 400% because you're incurring a significant risk penalty there. But I would never really advocate for breaking Canadian law. Perish the thought.
His own Minister of Public Safety says this government is doing.
Especially since if you would deface the serial numbers, or God forbid, manufacture it yourself, that would be a federal felony, and we don't want that now, do we?
It wrong. He was caught on tape saying the.
And the same time, like the whole fucking glowy bit aside, I think it's not productive to do that. I think that Canadians need to sit in the shit that they voted for a little bit, without Americans trying to bail them out while potentially exposing ourselves to legal repercussions. Because if we try to run an IRA type funding scheme or arming scheme internally for them, then they're going to point the finger back at us that's saying, oh, see, these legal guns, they were sourced, they came from America, and therefore we need to sue American gun manufacturers for the guns that end up on our across our border. So similarly to what Mexico is trying to pull, despite the fact that most of those guns are leaking from their own military and police departments when they're being sold to the black market, but that's besides the point. I think that Canadians need to figure this one out on their own. Like, if they decide to full-on secede, then we can send some high-speed guys to shore up their fighting power when, you know, the actual gunfire starts. But up until that point, no. Voting has consequences, and I am afraid that you're going to have to experience some of those.
Program won't work, and yet they are going to rip $750 million away from our border and police services to harass duck hunters and farmers by banning the firearms they use. This approach has led to a 130% increase in gun crime under the Liberals' watch. The police say they won't implement it. The minister says it's a bad idea, but they're only doing it for political reasons. Why is the Prime Minister putting lives at risk for politics?
And let's not forget,
using the right weight matters. The Body Pod lets you easily understand what is the fastest way.
Alberta and Saskatchewan already said that they're not going along with this. They've told their police, point blank, to not enforce Ottawa's gun grab. And that's what's got the feds panicked. Because the second provinces start drawing lines in the sand, the illusion of federal authority starts to crumble. They can't.
Mind you, Alberta is funding a shit ton of loss-leading policies that Ottawa is implementing.
Stand the idea of Western Canadians standing up and saying enough. And you know what? They're right to be scared. Because history has shown over and over, when governments scramble to disarm their people, it's never because they want to make you safer. It's because they're planning something they know you wouldn't tolerate if you still had the
Alberta is a rich little country if it didn't have to pay Ottawa. That's
means
true.
To fight back. So maybe the real question isn't, why do they want your guns? The real question might be, what are they getting ready to do once they've taken them away?
Currently, we have a public safety minister who wants to come and take my legally obtained firearms, in which I took a safety course for, legally purchased, but he can't define what a restricted position acquisition license is. He had to recuse himself from a terrorist organization, which is the Tamale Tigers. I will not be handing them over to the
I'm sorry, the fuck what?
federal government because I'm not supposed to give my firearms to criminals. So I'm not going, so I can't go to the range. I can't do my sport shooting with 90% of my firearms because I became a criminal overnight with an unjust gun grab fraud. I know that Premier Smith is familiar with the homeowner in Ontario who was just charged with injuring a home intruder who had a crossbow.
You should ask her about it.
Yeah. Canadians are being charged for protecting themselves, their families, and their property, and being backed into a corner through submission by the federal government. We're being told to leave our keys beside our unlocked door, as criminals have more rights than we do. So where would the Alberta Police Force stand in relation to the legal firearm owners?
It's a great question. I'm glad we ended on that. And I'm sorry to those of you still lining up. I did say that was it. Premier, can you address those ones first, and then we'll book it?
Well, let me tell you my frame on this. So the proper use of the criminal code power is the way the feds will regulate around, for instance, vehicular homicide. Like, there are ways that you can use your car that kill people, and they look at that as a criminal penalty, and they charge you. But you know what they don't do? They don't come in and say, red cars have a disproportionate number of accidents, therefore we're going to ban red cars and confiscate them, right? They're able to see that there is one use of that particular piece of property that is criminal, and they let us regulate who gets a driver's license and who registers a car. So I'm just going to take that analogy a little bit further. They can regulate the criminal use of firearms. They can go after the bad guys who are breaking into people's houses with crossbows. And we will then regulate the legal use of firearms so you can continue to own them, collect them, use them for sport shooting, use them for hunting, and use them for other purposes. So we're working right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but killing a home invader is and should be legal because it is morally correct.
On what a legislative framework for an Alberta firearms license would look like. And we're going to fight it out because property and civil rights are our jurisdiction under Section 91 of the Constitution. As you've seen, we have already taken action in that regard. We told the municipalities, no, you can't have a handgun ban. That is not municipal jurisdiction. We told the RCMP, no, you cannot participate in the confiscation scheme. We've told our sheriffs that. We have told municipal forces, if you want to participate in the confiscation scheme, you have to come and get a permit from the Justice Minister, and I have it on good authority. He will.
If you can't defend your property, you by default do not own it. Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Not say yes. There is a piece that we're missing because Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe said that any of the mail delivery services were not allowed to convey these firearms. We're going to have to change our legislation to make sure that that's not a loophole that they can use as well. We've also passed our own Firearms Act, and we will do everything we possibly can to make it as difficult as possible for anyone to get the permit that they need to participate in that program. That's our ability to do that, using our ability to regulate on professions. So in short, you'll see that us and Saskatchewan are going to do whatever we can to make sure that we're defending firearms owners' rights. And I know we're coming up to a deadline here, so just have some patience because we know how important that is. We just have a different approach we want to take in Alberta, and I think that is what the Constitution allows, and we'll see what the courts say about it.
Hey, if you've made it this far, thank you so much for watching.
I think Alberta should be allowed to become a 51st state if they want to. We're gonna have just Alberta, and everything else is going to be a conquered non-voting territory. I think that is well, Alberta and Saskatchewan. What are we looking at here? Let's see. We're gonna look at manufacturing a bokto, and while we do that. What? And I'm going to run a poll on what we're doing.
Looks like trouble in paradise as the hottest festival of the year has flamed out.
All right, we're going to run that. Gonna need to throw out a lot of people out of Vancouver. Fire Festival joke ads. What the fuck is a fire festival? I'm not aware. I don't follow degenerate hobbies. All right, let's see what we're working with here. Let's have a itty-bitty poll to decide what we're going to do next. Because I don't feel like screaming at the sky. Listen, I may have heard of a fire festival. What wood do they typically use for boken? There's a wide variety depending on use. Red and white oak are the most common, and because they have a good balance of durability and hardness. There are exotic variants such as ebony and sunuke. It's been a while since I've looked at it. So there's certain species of willow that are sometimes used for bokens that need to have a little bit more, how should I put this? A little more elasticity to them. Hey there, Megalum. Internet Historian has a classic video on fire feet. What? Oh, on Fire Fest. I don't know what Fire Fest is, and again, like I'm not. I don't have a big interest in raves, and I generally dislike people who frequent them because they're on the same, they share a brain cell with people who make smoking weed their entire personality. Also, hi there, Megalum. We were just looking at how Canadians are waking up to the fact that they're being disarmed to be toothless tax cattle. How are you doing? It was a retarded scam? Well, okay then. How is that different from Burning Man, though? Interesting cuts of wood. What do I even have in my Steam library to play? You have one of those on your shelf? Nice. It's a great training aid. My biggest gripe with Boken is that they are on the light side and they make them a little bit shorter than the katanas that I use. Burning Man has actual things happening. I should watch videos because it's about people I hate suffering their stupidity. Nice. Is that a wooden longsword made for American hickory? Very nice piece of kit, but heavy. I prefer the Boken to be heavy. Because, for example, Nitanichi Ryu, the sort of the dual-wield special at school, they use very skinny Boken to be able to flail around with them very quickly, and I don't think that gives a lot of training benefit, because at the end of the day, the purpose of the Boken is not to metagame it so that you can swing it faster. The purpose of it is to have it be a non-cutting proxy for a sword, so I insist that a Boken must be as heavy as possible, within reason. End up donating it to your old club. I heard still using it to this year. Nice. So I use blank longswords. Yes and no. Blank longswords still need protective equipment. Not to say that Boken don't need protective equipment, but impact speeds of metal, just because of speed and sort of the cross-section density, are still very different from what you would induce with Boken. That and the metal actually wears significantly more from contact practice. Boken are very good for contact sparring practice. Not contact on each other, but like blade on blade contact. I have half a mind to order a custom Boken, because the one I have is... it's on the heavier side, but still not quite good enough. Because the one I use, I think it's an Itoryu Boken. And I need to go look if Tazando still makes the custom build ones. Would it be worth it to get a Boken about half-pound heavier than your blade? It would be difficult to achieve that because wood is generally not as heavy as metal, but what you can do is have it be in a significantly wider grip so that you don't have a comfortable grip and you thus sort of passively work your grip strength. Since we're on the subject, let me pull up the resource for that. I wonder if they sell that pattern. So they've cut down on their bokken offerings. So full custom Hokkaido oak bokken. Let's see. So this is your sort of bog standard pattern of bokuto. Tsubaki is, oh, I forget the English name for that type of wood, but that's also pretty good. Deluxe groove bokken. Yagyu bokken. Oh, there it is. Jikishin Kageryu. So that is a very, very respectable slab of wood. And so generally getting your bokken to be significantly thicker in cross section is a good way to work your grip, and that's going to transfer over fairly well to the primary sword that you're using. I feel like there should be weight 1.3 kilos, total length 26 centimeters. I'm not seeing the width of it. We had one of those ridiculously thick handled bokuto at Biwa. Sold out though. All right. Hanbo. Fukuro shinai are funny as a training modality. It's like a full leather shinai. It stings like a motherfucker if you get tapped with it. African ebony. More of an exotic piece than actually Sasaki Kojiro Bokuto. They don't have the really thick pattern anymore. So that's probably the thickest you can get. So as thick as you can get it is generally better, because Nitan Ishiryu is a pretty bokuto. Like, it's nice to look at. But it's very, very light. Like, see, where's the dimension of it? Weight approximately 300 grams. Like, that's not, it's okay for form work, but you're just not going to establish good habits here. Iwamaryu Bokuto. There it is. I knew I thought I saw it. So this looks about right. It has a nice and expanded grip here so that it forces you to really clamp down on it. Oh, you know what? I think the Jikishin Kageryu is actually one is actually better, because it's a consistent thickness throughout the entire length. Only $100. Well, I guess plus shipping. What are my customization options? In red oak features or white oak features? I kind of like white oak because it gets sort of slightly stained with patina. Engravings are not really something I'm interested in. I would like to see a fully custom bokken though. Suburi Bokuto. Full custom Japanese Hokkaido Bokuto. I would like to see some variance in material, but I guess Bokuto type extra long. Okay, so we want it to match the length of the blade. I think my primary practice sword is what? It's about 130, 120 centimeters in length. Oh, that's not the one we're supposed to be choosing. Okay, just a second. So if we're going for long, I have to go end range here, I guess. Length of the blade, hawatari. It's a good question. I guess I would want most of it to be length of the tsuka. So just by way of elimination, it's going to be something like that. Tsuka diameter is, we want the like maximally thick, so that it's girthy. I kind of like having it pronounced Kisaki. I know that it's extra work, but still. No Tsuka ridge. My current one has a flat butt. I'm not very particular about that. Bokuto bag, I'm fine with that. No engravings, no common engravings. Lead times 5 to 6 weeks. What's our total coming up to? $150. That's not too bad, realistically. Did I miss something? Oh, blade profile. I forget. Sorry. Makazori, because I want it to have a little bit of a pronounced Hiramine, Kenmine, Gyonomine. I think Gyo is the best one because it's basically just an unshaven piece of wood. Although, you know what? Let's give it a little bit of a ridge. I think that's... I would really appreciate some pictures about that because I don't necessarily remember what the different mine styles are. Oh, okay, so it needs a Tsuka Ridge. Okay, then no Tsuka Ridge it is. So it's expensive to learn the way of the sword than the way of the FRT. I wouldn't necessarily say that, Megalum, because a Boken only gets you so far. My cutting sword cost me about $1,000, and my blunted Yaito cost about the same. Let me see if I can find if they still sell that one. Yaito. Hey there, Crispin. Yeah, happy Saturday. Yaito. Okay, mine is a Minosaka brand Dotanuki. Minosaka. If they even carry that one still, because mine is like a super heavy variant. Yaito Saya. Dotanuki. That's a regular Dotanuki, so mine is a super heavy. Yeah, I guess that costs about $1,000 these days. 2.6 Shaku is the one that I have. So yeah, about $1,000 for the non-cutting sword because that's what you would need to be able to travel to Japan to train. And that's before we go for the accoutrements if we want to, you know, fancy it up a little bit. Let's see what's a good Tsuka variant. I kind of like my stuff a little muted, but we can go for a Musashi variant. Although I have that one. It's just, you know, a wooded texture, or rather not sure which one I would want. I do like the Musashi one. Ammo costs have to be considered too. Wow, you again, as someone who's done both, trust me, the overhead on Yaido, or rather the upfront cost on Yaido, competes with the art of the FRT. Owning guns has been a a cheaper hobby to pursue for sure. Because once you get into having a genuine Japanese sword that you want to cut with, you are going to spend tons of money. Like, you're going to have to spend an upward of $10,000 because it's all, like, manual labor by a very limited talent pool. I like my cotton Sigil, please. Yeah, I probably have a full... Choose Mekugi. 2 Mekugi, please. Tsukasame, Saya. I'm kind of fine. I do like the inlane one. Yeah, that's like an extra $400 for the way I would like my sword to be set up. So no, see, the way of the FRT can be achieved by buying a PSA shitstick and then paying for an FRT variant with, you know, an Atreus super selector seems to be a good option. Wish they didn't make the screws out of fucking Play-Doh so that they weren't that easy to strip. Did we have the poll run out? Did the poll run out already? What did we end up voting for? Did anyone vote in the poll? But yeah, apparently, by the way, we're not going to be installing the Super Selector into the MCX because Let's view results. None of you voted. I hate you so much. What do you mean, don't blame you? You didn't vote. Let's try that one again. Game of the day. Come on. We need to make a choice. I forgot what the other options were. Mechanicus. Yeah, I'm gonna give you... Okay, fine. Here's your fourth option. Because I can talk over it. There you go. Vote in your damn polls. I will not tolerate low information ass voter behavior. You were bewitched by the wood? Yeah. I wonder if they sell... Probably not on this website. Tozando Shoguin. So I'm going to look at like the JapaneseSwords.com. There it is. So that's an affiliate store of Tozando. Let's see the products. Onto Rad Music. All right, let's see. Sword fittings, armor, antique swords, Bato swords. Kenjutsu swords for stage and film. I would probably want to see practical weapons. Designed for cutting, okay. Crafted from carefully selected tomahawk. So they do make new production swords. Service. I think you need to request a quote individually. Polishing, engraving, koshiraya. Yeah, that's where you get into... They no longer provide a price range. Sword buying and trade-in. Consignment sale. Please contact us through inquiry. Damn, they don't actually list stuff. Mechanicus won by 4 votes, really? Rod polishing is an art? Well, they don't do it with rod polishing. Rod polishing is actually fairly simplistic. They do waterstone polishing like we did on stream during the subathon last year. Was that last year? All right, we're gonna finish the video and then we're gonna boot up Mechanicus, I guess. One polishes their rod in privacy at one's own pace. That's some casual rod polishing. The part of smithing you missed the least, polishing. I think the polishing procedures between different schools are also very different. I fear... I'm about to buy a new cutting sword, and I fear that I may have to reprofile it, and I'm not looking forward to it. Because during the subathon, I've pretty much ruined 2 stones. So I would need to rebuy my high grit stones in order to do that. We're getting to the detailing. Faster but still slow. Oh. Use the pedal-powered position polishing wheel. That's not the same. You're not going to get the same amount of accuracy, especially if you need to reprofile the blade. Like, you have to use water stones for that. and it's very labor intensive. Oh, he's already sanding a finish on it, okay. I also don't really trust myself with using power tools to shed any kind of material. Like, I would rather be slow and granular, but have a large degree of control. European blacksmiths didn't really need the Giga Autism 9000 finest blade ever to cut molecule things. The churn out 500 decent blades, the weakest thing. Well, that's what Gunto are. That's what the stamped metal military blades are. But if I'm going to have, you know, my personal blade, I would prefer that it be, you know, of a efficacious geometry. Because it's not heavy enough to just, you know, crush armor. Both continents were mass-producing spears the entire time. That's also true. Thank you for the hydrate, Crespian. I need to look for something to hydrate with. I'll have to do with tea for now, but it needs to be reheated. Halberds are sexier spears? Maybe. Majors of a deer stuffed omelet. Nice. I've never tried venison on omelet. Well, you say that, the Japanese still found a way to be autistic about the spears as well. Because spear tips are, in and of themselves, collector's items in Japan. Because they're forged pretty much the same way that swords are, and polished in a very similar fashion as well. They maintain that rhomboid shape that creates a wound canal that doesn't close up. Took a very autistic approach to metalworking because it was such a hassle to get anything functional. Yeah, they do struggle for metal ores. Which was the entire reason behind the invasions of Korea and China. Yellowed it for a long time with cast iron. Yeah, that's true. Not a lot of training required, just follow orders, aim the pointy end and push. Yeah, well, there is subtlety again. The Japanese found a way to be autistic about handling spears as well. Soul jutsu fairly sophisticated from the examples that I've seen. Are your Boktos cruelty-free and and not contaminated by microplastics? I only use grass-fed, artisan-made Bokto. This actually looks very much like mine, although mine doesn't have a ridge to it. Yeah, just a tin box with fire. It's probably steam. Right? Well, it might be fire. Shogi board manufacturing. We'll watch that next time. All right, y'all voted for Mechanicus, so don't complain when you get bored. Where is Mechanicus? There it is. I'm gonna start it up in the background. You observe with European manuals of arms is that the fancier stuff came about mainly in periods of peace, while the stuff written about times of war is more simple. There was smoke. Oh, okay. I guess it was just, you know, a fire pit that they used for that. Mechanicus. Once it decides to
From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed machine. Your kind cling to your flesh, as if it will not decay and fail you. One day the crude biomass that you call the temple will wither, and you will beg my kind to save you. But I am already saved. For the machine is immortal.
I love that title drop. It goes so hard. But on the subject of sort of the sophistication of martial arts, the thing is that in Japan, there was also sort of a similar trend of simpler techniques proliferating during sort of out-and-out conflict, and the more sophisticated stuff being developed later on. Oh, right. Let's see. What are we working with here? Again, additional slot deployment. Zenerite kit. Oh, we're not doing a hard mission just yet. Let's probably, let's go to increase our ward. Yeah, let's go for an extra slot. Scaevolia, your waifu? Is she... Wait, Scaevolia? Oh, the Zenerite witch who tries to steal everything that's not bolted down? I have a soft spot for the Skitari Quartermaster. She's compassionate and well-intentioned, even if, I mean, I was about to say a little autistic. This is the Admech, they're all significantly autistic. You know that they've retained the technology for producing Tylenol after after the Great Night. Isn't she perfect, Scaevolia? I don't know, Digby. It's talk like that that'll probably get you on the Inquisition's radar along with her. Let's keep one, just the body block. I don't know, I think Kefra is better waifu material. The Inquisition holds no authority over the priesthood of Mars? I don't know about that. Yeah, Kefir is pretty cool. Festinis is also a cool guy, best AdMech leader. Should be Fabricator General. Yeah, very true. He's very, very even-handed. Truly an example for other Magi to follow. Doesn't look down on this Qatari, that's true. Seek not the words of Xenos, lest they infect us with blasphemy. Let's see. Let's try to eliminate. Hell yeah, we. Wait, what? Necron initiative increased? Well, we did get a creator claw out of that. I don't want to fuck with glyphs. I also don't want to take extra steps I don't want to do. Alright, we did not need that heal, but sure. Trying not to raise too much Awakening, just because it's going to be a pain in the late game, and I want to do the Licton Crystal side mission. Scan or destroy, okay. Your terms are acceptable. What are we working with here? Oh, I forget what my... Oh, I should not have taken you out to the field. You're still half cooked. Damn it. Okay, well, let's keep you in the back then. Where are you? Alright, you're our ranged specialist, and you are the Zenorite melee. Right? Yes, you are. Okay, let's see. We don't really have a lot to work with in terms of cognition points. We do have canticles to speedrun that. Be a single... We can double tap. Okay, we've collected some aggro. There are no other sources of cognition points, which is not great. I'm mostly concerned about the Immortal over there taking pot shots. Friends of yours played a hilarious heretic rogue trader game once. Spent an hour talking to the GM circles when the Inquisitor started questioning him. Talking to the GM in circles when the Inquisitor started questioning him. By the end of it, the GM wasn't sure if he should give the guy a medal or punch him. That's, yeah, that's the... God, what's the Magos who was charged with making the Primaris? Okay, you are melee. No, wait, why am I... No... Call, yeah, that's very call coded. In turn, I don't think you can do much. Out of range, okay, let's use this. Not very useful right now because you're under leveled and I should have kept you out. We're gonna keep you as auxiliary support for ranged attacks. You can heal, which is good. I'm gonna set him over here so that he can throw attacks of opportunity. Could also just melee him, but I'm not sure I want to. Maybe I do, though. Guess we can gain some physical armor, since we already have aggro on us. Oh, but if I collect aggro, I can actually send him to the platform over there. That's true. Why didn't, I fucked up my controls. I keep doing that. That's fine. We're gonna wait for the next turn for that platform to come back. Oh, and we can actually set up some Skitari as well. Probably would want to body block with the basic servitor, and I wonder if I need an infiltrator. Let's have an infiltrator as well. Have him run through. And have him hold. Two damage, okay. Let's pull back slightly. And I've made my disagreements with how the Primaris were implemented known quite profusely, so I'm not going to belabor the point. But I do kind of agree with Arch Warhammer that it could have been handled better and didn't need to happen at all. Special here real quick. About making Space Marines more copyrightable. Are they though? Like, are they materially different? Like, because they're still Space Marines. The naming is still generic. Alright, we've drawn aggro, so he's gonna collect an attack of opportunity there. You're not going to do anything, actually. You're just gonna hold. They're not Adeptus Astartes TM, Primaris TM, Intercessors. Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair. So they're going away from the generic naming. Speaking of copyright hawks. Do I want to place down a Skitari? I probably do because it's funny. No more tactical squads. They tried copywriting Terminators and got slapped. Well, yeah, because it is a fairly generic name. I probably want to prioritize the Scarabs because they are a larger long-term hazard. So Space Marine was Imperial Guard. We explained your Disney sale theory before. You think that that was the core part of the plan? That in order for them to sell to Disney, they needed to have things that are less generic and more copyrightable, so that then Disney can chase everyone who tries to infringe the copyright? I hate that that's... Yeah, that's actually a viable theory of what's going on. Okay, we shouldn't waste resources on anything that's going on here, actually. So what I'm going to have him do is... gonna probably fry my my Skitari there. Hey, but at least we cleaned out the Necrons. Let's review the stats real quick. Aha. But you see, they've still released a game that's called Space Marine. Like, hard to imagine a more generic name. Didn't even have a byline, it's just, you know, Space Marine 2. And some cognition points. Not out of reach, that's fine. I'm gonna send the Zenerite over. Let's cleanse you, so that you stop taking acid damage. Well, yeah, sure. But still, they had the opportunity to attach a lot of copyrightable bylines to it. Probably more concerned about walking the Destroyer down, or the Immortal down. I really like the infiltrators. They look very cool, and the animations of the flechette cannons also go pretty hard. Just missed this flayed one real quick, just to make sure that he can respawn. And I guess we can start advancing. It's a respectable chunk of damage. Cognition points on this. Digby, do you remember any of your builds? Oh, I need to be in range for that. Very well. We got a bunch of Blackstone. And we have additional enemies. That's fine. That's manageable. I wonder if that console is built for Mechanicus. Afraid not. That's too bad. Son of a bitch. Still remains standing. Use my tendril for 1 damage. Yay! Less awakening, that's good. I'm not in range to shoot the Immortal though, am I? Have any tentacles I need to use? Next 2 attacks ignore armor, restore 10 HP. I kinda don't want to lose my Skitari. Oh, to the active unit, never mind. You need healing. He self-heals. I remember that I gave all of my guys a level of healing, I guess a level of engineer, and I think I gave everyone a level of Zenerite too. Because that way they would heal at the end of every turn. Look at him go. It's not a destructible panel. You never played the DLC? Probably should. The DLC is great. It kind of trivializes the campaign because it gives you a Zenerite class, which is self-admittedly very broken. It has a lot of very abusable abilities. At the end of the Zenerite skill tree, you get a Necron-style one-time revival. And you get to beat those missions without running up the awakening meter, because they're happening on board of the ship. Alright, you behind, because you're not very useful. Where is the other Necron warrior? There he is. It is nice. Like, the only penalty you have on Zenerite is that you lose 1 HP of health on every attacking skill. But that means you just self-heal at the beginning of every turn anyway. I don't want to present an attack of opportunity for this guy. He has a little bit of armor, so let's pull him away. I also don't want to waste the Canticle. Ah. Well, ripperoni, my guy. Do we not kill everything? Oh, there are still Canoptic Scarabs over there. Let me kill them real quick. I need to unlock more weapons because the ones I have aren't quite doing it just yet. Not a lot of sophisticated tactics I can pursue. Mission completo. Wait, we lose Blackstone for the Magi being injured? That's kind of asinine. Ubjao sector located. Oh, that's the Flayed Hive. Whereas other tombs are sterile, this one is grossly fused with the union of life and death. The first scouting maniples to enter are overwhelmed by the appalling stench. They walk straight into a charnel house. Biological remains plaster every wall and floor. Some creatures are indigenous to Silva Tenebris, others are unmistakably human, presumably from the former colonist of St. Eckard's Hope. Their decay begins instantly as the sealed atmosphere of the tomb is breached. A metallic skittering heralds something even worse waiting in the tomb. Lovely. Subdomina. You love when they get silly with the titles? Yeah. Ooh, okay, let's go to our cohort real quick. I don't like it. There we go. Okay, these we can't upgrade, I think. So this is our Zenerite. This guy needs some stuff. Let's see, we're building up into a Secutor, right? All troops in range. So we're building him as a Skitarii commander, essentially. So yeah, the Zenerite. I give everyone a point of Zenerite because they just restore a point at the beginning of a turn. And you don't need to give them this one, just because, you know, like it does nothing. So essentially I commit techno-heresy by giving my entire cohort a point of Zenerite. Key part of the meta is everything boosts cognition. That's one of the ways to do that. I do have 1 point of Lex Mechanica. On everyone, usually. Okay, so we're gonna give you another point of Secretary, because that's what you're supposed to have. For equipment, let's give you a melee option, I guess. Heals HP, so this is a better healing. Does it have a cost? It does have a cognition cost to it. Cog Ocularis. Yeah, this is actually useful. And give him a cloaking device. Since he is supposed to be more of a Skitarii commander than anything. Let's remove this, and he already has the Secretary head augment. I would like to give him a melee option. We don't have 3 melee options. Give him something. Stats in an area. You know what? Okay, let's remove the melee option from him and give him. Let's have him built up as a support class. And I don't have enough Blackstone to upgrade any of my other guys. That's unfortunate. Oh well. No, I do have things to upgrade on them though. Which one of you has a Curator Claw? Neither of you has Curator Claw. That's not right. Okay, you have a dodge attack. Spotlight. Sanctus Canister. He does self-heal anyway. Well, I guess leave him as is for now. Let's save. I had to run pretty deep into the game without the benefit of any extra cognition points. Like, I had to run at least a third of the game with only 3 points in my cognition bar. Not fun, I have to tell you. Gamma pistol. Physical damage with acid damage. Extract 1 cognition point directly from the target. Skitarii Rust Stalker. I recall those being cool. Destroys 0 physical armor. That's a great machine spirit ability to have, I guess. Incinerator Combustor, though. I kind of want to go for this one. I would like a heavy flamer to use, even at the cost of my entire cognition gauge. Oh, wait, ignores armor, though. Okay, let's do one more for Kefla, and then we go for the for the one that gives us the incinerator. Oh, we have an extra deployment stack as well. And a ranged Skitari. That's cool. Armor, you're afraid you don't know what that is. My plasma rifle would tell me if it were important. Yeah, essentially, yeah. Oh, we get to fight more flayed ones. We must stem the flow of the flayed ones. The flayed ones are cool. What is the current lore behind the flayed ones? Is it still the Catan curse? When the enemy wears the skins of your dead comrades, death isn't the worst that can happen to you. You miss when it was just we like wearing skin? I think that's still part of it. Like, they just like wearing the skin because they are disturbed and think themselves to be alive, because it requires a significant change in their, I was about to say biology, but that's not the accurate term here. Let's press this. Okay, everyone already had full HP, so thank you, I guess. Got some kind of teleportation ability to go back to their own little tomb world. Ah! Even you must appreciate the horror of finding such a place, Magos. The influx of flayed ones had left the chamber awash with gore and scraps of skin. It seems this place was used to butcher the bodies of the fallen Skitari and turn their flesh that remained into leathery shrouds worn by the flayed ones. This horrid place cannot be left as it is. Consecrate the remains with rites of peaceful immolate, burn the remains, eliminate, collapse the chamber entirely. I feel like that's gonna cause injury. If I do that, I'm gonna waste time. We just gained. Oh, we got 2 cognition points for that. Making it an illness instead of simply a fear tactic bugs you. In any case, are they really flayed ones if they just woke up without any skin in their wardrobe? Well, I guess the point is that they also change physically. They grow those long talons, and their legs change for that quadrupedal gait that they have. And, if you may notice, the standard Necron warrior frame doesn't have a chin that, you know, articulates, while the flayed ones attempt to chew on the flesh. So I kind of find it more interesting that it's like a contagious mind virus that disturbs them to the point of trying to drape themselves in flesh and try to eat it. They yearn to consume the flesh and blood that they obviously can, yeah. Okay. Let me think. We're going to have to draw the flayed ones onto us, and there's a very obvious choke point here in the form of these bridges. So we're probably going to need a melee Skitari for this. Cognition to be gained, yes. So we're going to have to eventually move over to that side. Three damage, damn. tombs are also a potential source of more of them coming through. Alright, you can't really do much right now. You know, not without dicking everyone else here. Not that you're that much of a threat. Focus on farming cognition for now. I would probably want to build a little bit of machine spirit. They inexplicably just know when shit goes down and show up from alongside other Necrons. Then they cart off the corpses of the dead foes and end up back in their homeworld. There's no more cognition points to be had. Scans. Aha, okay, so the flayed ones don't typically have armor. It's good to know. Troops in range attack a selected target. That costs a cognition point, but once I get more Skitarii, this is going to be a very useful ability. Oh hell yeah, they're grouped up for an AoE. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. I don't want to... I think I'm fine with the amount of troops I have right now. I'd rather burn that on attacks. Stand here. In the first Necron release, Blades were just the melee shock troop who wore the skins of their foes to scare them. I recall that being a part of it, but again, I like the insanity lore a little bit more. It makes them spookier. I'm gonna have them stand in the way and body block the Necron warrior. Make different kinds of troops for different purposes. Robots do robot things. Well, the thing is that they're not really robots, though, aren't they? That's the thing. The Necron are husks of previously sentient mortal beings. Modern Necron lore is better as it gives them actual personality and more of them than spooky robot men wake up after a long nap and decide to kill the universe. Yeah, I do like the new... I like that despite being immortal death machines, they are very susceptible to just petty power politics. That's probably my favorite part of the entire lore. Does my Skitarii get clipped? Yes, he does. I'm gonna just wait on this. Ho 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 ho! Get fucking misted. Get to the granular notion of a soul as being enough for a cyborg. We're gonna make sci-fi words. Not sure what your exact complaint here is. Alright, I'm gonna send you with the Skitarii. And we're gonna end turn. Probably not great. Although there are no active Necron warriors there. The old Necrons were not susceptible to power politics. Ton said kill, they killed. Yeah, that's about it. Oh, I can deploy more over here, actually. Let's deploy a Vanguard Alpha over here. There's only 2 cognition points. Yeet. I don't think the question of whether or not the Necron possess souls is an open one, because I believe the dichotomy here is that the more advanced, more senior Necrons have retained their sentience. Through like a sheer force of will, basically. Always disliked the Necrons. My condolences on your bad taste, Notary. I think the Necrons are absolute kino. We're not gonna rush in because otherwise I'm gonna get clipped by a ranged attack from the other one. Will and better bodies? Oh, are they mechanically different as well? I see. I haven't considered that. Scan or destroy. Well, it's not like you can scan anything now, can you? Oh, you're melee range only. That's unfortunate. Well, we'll have them do that for now. Oh, no line of sight. Nicer bodies and more brain. I thought it was like a willpower thing as well. Scoop that cognition point up. Yeah, you got nothing else to do, realistically. The aristocrats and powerful Necron society happen to all universally have more willpower. I'm not saying that all of them did that. See, now you're nitpicking. Doesn't AdMech have integrated Xeno-Gauss tech? They're not supposed to have that. But does that AdMech have integrated Xeno-Gauss tech? That one doesn't. But one of them may have an axe that's green for no reason. But you're just a conspiracy theorist, and stop asking. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it just works. Fake news. You are fake news. This is malinformation. Oh joy, extra Necrons. I think we may want to get onto one of those, oh, it's an immortal. Oh, that's not great. Alright, the Skitarii can mop up the other two, but we need to pull AI-generated deepfakes. My tech priests would never. Let's pluck a servitor. As you can see, my tech priests are fully Mars compliant. Immortals, they seem obnoxious. They are very tanky and they hurt a lot, and they tank your movement points. when they hit you. Fortunately, they're relatively easy to grief and melee. Yeah, this is not good positioning for this Magos to be used, so I'm just gonna send him over. Then again, we do have lots of canticles to use. I need more single target projectiles because I rush with melee a lot, and all of the AoE stuff is a potential liability. Right. Quick, loot his legs. It's more of a quick. There may be knowledge about him. Oh, you're both melee units. That's fine. We don't need any more troop movements. I'm gonna use that servitor to break what's left of him. Such as having... Oh, you just want to test if they feel annoyed by a massive personal inconvenience of not having legs? I guess that would generate cognition points. You are starting to think like the AdMech. You are beginning to understand. I like the fact that when you crit them, they just fly off into the abyss. Their bodies gain ragdoll physics. I should probably use my skill instead, because I'm about to close out this level anyway. I mean, not all Necrons are particularly suffer having no legs. The Destroyers are a thing. Dead Skitarii pinned against the wall by blades, speared through his body. Seems strange for the flayed ones to leave a corpse behind without skinning and dismembering it. Perhaps they... this discovery would reward examination, or perhaps it's a trap. Leave the body alone, curiosity. I think they're too insane. No, like, I don't think it's bait. I think that the flayed ones are genuinely too insane. Callousness. Let's go with callousness. Riddles the body with gunfire. The body explodes in a burst of radiation. Oh, it was booby-trapped. Okay. The cohort, exults in the knowledge that they have not been outsmarted by the Necrons. Oh, joy, there's more. Okay. Where do I need to go next? I need to go here. There's a lot of Necron awakening. Journey down towards the lower level of the tombs passes through the chamber where someone has scratch marks all over the wall with a flurry and verbosity that can only be a result of madness. Has one of those Skitarii gone insane? Cohort searches nearby area for the author of the scrawlings. Instead, they find only more scrawlings indicating an increasingly deranged mind. The man hid caches of trinkets and junk along the wayward path, which proved to contain a few valuables worth salvaging. They're worth... okay. Thank you for the hydrate, Crispy. Let me pour my tea. I like that the dungeon crawling interface is just the holodeck that is present on the ship bridge. We're gonna get a lot of awakening by the end of this mission. By the way, if you're watching the YouTube, please smash the like button. I really need this for the stream to even end up promoted to some extent. So I would appreciate if you flee the ads, and I don't know we don't have ads, but you know, smash a like on the stream. It bumps us up a little bit, and it makes sure that the content is spread more far and wide. Right. I probably want to have at least one Skitari on the board. Probably two. Because I can always just YOLO a Canticle. You bitch. Alright, it's only flayed ones on this map. That makes it marginally easier. Wow, he survived that. Alright, push him away. It's gonna hit a lot of my guys, so we're just not gonna do that for now. It's all zeros on our guys, so it's fine. And... Alright, they're all aggroed on him now, so that's fine. I am at no point going to be in range to attack them, so I'm just gonna pull up over here. The music is very nice. Oh, there are more. Okay. I forget that the Necron get very virulent. I think we're fine with this guitar here. It's definitely an AoE moment. I don't think I have AoE. That's the problem here. The play here is going to be to position enough melee vanguards around the our primary damage dealer. We just have to make sure that there are enough bodies between him and the aggro Necrons. Or he can start collecting his own aggro. That's also an option. Ah, this one doesn't have a melee weapon, so he didn't trigger an attack of opportunity. That's an oversight on my end. We need to clear this Qatari from over here. I think we get a more impressive AoE weapon after we complete this mission. Eat the Necron. Alright, there are gonna be two more go. You missed when all you needed was a flamer and a cheerful attitude? Oh! Pretty sure we're close to achieving that again. See, now there's some good AoE positioning. You are going to take damage. I don't want you to take damage. Where do I put you, such as... Let's just miss the one that's currently attempting to revive, not overthink it too much. God damn it, that still counts as an offensive attack. Alright, we're drawing aggro, although I don't think the aggro doesn't work. We will get back to the days of being able to just wantonly miss people. Why is there an attack? Oh, there's one right in front of me. How are you still alive? Never mind. Stand directly in front so that there's positioning for an attack of opportunity. Yeah, that's AoE, but it's also going to hit my troops, including my Skitarii, which I would like to avoid. I have a limited number of troops every time I deploy. Like, I have a limited number of units that I have to maintain throughout my my entire run. If I get my Skitarii killed in the backblast, then I don't get to use them in my next battle. Alright, now the bait is working. A couple dozen Servo Skulls gnaw them to death at a time. That's one way to do that. That's a tactic that is available to us. Let's see that code. No, I don't want to. There is an upgrade that allows you to do damage with servo skulls. I just don't have it yet. I wonder if I can... We're not going to be terribly useful there, though. We have full cognition, we may as well splurge. Alright, all aggro is on thing now, that's good. There is an upgrade that allows your servo skulls to both collect cognition and scan stuff and to do a pip of damage to everything. Very good for misting Necrons that are attempting to revive. Alright, you do an arc blast. That's not really helpful right now. Damn, I didn't make it to the terminals. I would really like that. I really like lowering the awakening level when I have the opportunity. Oh, it's mission complete anyway, okay. I think multi-class eventually allows you to basically max out every skill tree on every Magos. It's not very resource efficient, but at the same time, what are you gonna do? Alright, let's check the cohort. Let's see. Let's see. You already have restore HP at the end of the turn, or do you? You do. Do I want to give him more Zenerite fuckery? Physical armor plus 3 max HP. He does kind of need the max HP augment. And probably the curation claw as well. Oh, it needs more augments. It takes up 2 slots to use, okay. And arc weapon, let's remove that. I'll give you a targeted weapon. Yeah, that's fine. Stuff, max HP, movement, max HP crit chance. And also give you a Gamma Fist. Yes, that makes sense. Alright. So you are our ranged class. What do you need to be a better ranged class is the question. Small range unranged weapons, deals 1 damage to target. Oh, okay, so this is the servo skull damage protocol. What does this do? Choose between 2 canticles. Reveals enemy statistics in melee. Let's give you a damaging servo skull and give you a bit more to work with. Wait, were we not supposed to get the heavy flamer out of this? Were we scammed for a heavy flame? Oh, that's a different mission. I think you're fine with what you have because... yeah, he only has 2 weapon slots, sadly. Trying to think of what we could potentially slap onto him. Let's give him a curator claw. It's not like he's doing anything. Oh, he lacks any kind of physical damage, actually. So let's not do this. Let's give him a... oh, that goes here. Give him a Mechandrite so that he has at least some kind of fallback melee. Save. Cognition gauge size. We love the size. We like a girthy cognition gauge. Normal difficulty, death marks, immortals, flayed 1 necrons. Or an incinerator, but the incinerator takes up an entire cognition gauge to use. Enemy types aren't as persnickety. Let's go for the flamer. I kind of want to lay down some hate. Skitari Rustwalker. I don't think he starts infiltrated. Not enough Blackstone to deploy. Get the fuck out. We wasted all of our Blackstone. Holy shit, that is true. Okay, well, we're going to just servitors. Let's see if we need more canticles, though. Next 4 attacks ignores all armor. Next 2 attacks ignores all armor. Alright, I guess we have to make do with what we have. I forgot that you need Blackstone to deploy. Explain yourself, Quartermaster. Cargo supplies vented into the void as a result of damage. Most unacceptable. Ro being all, hey boss, remember to feed your army. But he's now, oh yeah, remember how we had all of that fuel? Well, we no longer have all of that fuel. You know how the ship needs fuel to work? Mission mathematically justified. Well, when you put it like that, he's a real charmer, real wordsmith. Alright, we need to farm. Imagine modern Sun Tzu would include as many references to fuel and munitions as he did food. Probably. He would probably focus on sustaining logistical lines a lot. Although food is sort of important for that, yeah. The food is the primary purpose of sustaining logistical lines. A series of metallic archways tarnish and brutalize the pier lines of passageway ahead. They appear to have some function, but what purpose they serve in Iwotek's tomb is not apparent. Curiosity, contempt. Stride purposely through the archway. Fuel is its true sign of Mars? No. Dismantle. Some form of energy fuel generation. Acquire various examples of minor Necron tech. Fuel does not come from your servants. Remember to get fuel for your vehicles. Alright, we should just have basic Necron warriors for this one. I spy a reused map. You're our ranged specialist. You stay here. And melee. I think we can send the melee to circle around and break that panel. Although until we get more Skitarii on the field, we may not want to separate him from the cohort. Ignores armor. I don't want to burn my only cognition points. I guess I'll have to. We're kind of starting raw here. He only has physical. Only has physical armor. Yeet. Let's warm up the machine spirit real quick. Physical armor on both, that's good to know. Move over here. Honestly, I may want to go and infiltrate him behind enemy lines to engage with that console real quick. We do need black stuff. So we're gonna keep our two more senior Magi in the front lines over there. Oh. Oh shit, I have no Skitarii, that's right. I forgot about that. Alright, we'll just do this and this, I forgot that we have no Skitarii. Kind of comes with the territory of being poor. Acid? That's a solvable problem. Dispense holy promethium wisely. Well, we've already vented all of our promethium into the void, apparently, so... absolutely missed it. He's becoming the formidable unit on the map, even with self-damage. Like, he does some good numbers in melee. Okay, let's do this. Let's move him forward, waste the cognition point, but we get a shot off on the from the arc pistol. Alright, let's continue to body block. I would prefer to not lose all of my servitors, but that is not really something that I am at leisure to be persnickety about. You probably have nothing better to do. Yeah, you're gonna have to hang back here for a bit. All of my servo skulls are on cooldown too. And that's one servitor down. Suboptimal, but we get a cognition point. It's a good thing they collect aggro well. It amuses you how the tech review said Phosphex is horrible and shouldn't exist. Then the Tyranids show up. What? Is that like in general continuity they said that Phosphex is bad, but then they suddenly have a use for it? Draw some permission over real quick. Absolutely mogged. Get you out of the way. The tech priest destroyed an STC, and all records of how to manufacture Phosphex, a type of flamethrower weapon, burns forever, and those flames have been described as being seemingly possessive of malicious intent. So white phosphorus. Oh, okay. So this is wildly suboptimal. Let's try not to miss our entire cohort. Well, that was an unfortunate oversight on my part. Yeet. Damn, I really wanted to break that console. He did it because he believed Phosphex to be evil. He was executed with a Phosphex weapon. I still have massive stockpiles, but they are just that, they are stockpiles. The rad sniffers are detecting potential traces of target isotopes. The trail leads through half-collapsed series of chambers crumbling under the weight of the shifting landscapes overhead. May be perilous to pursue, but could produce the cohort to obtain it more quickly. Oh, a plasma culverin. I have no fucking idea what that is, but that sounds cool as hell. Fires a straight line, passing through all units, deals 6 to 8 energy damage, destroys 1 energy armor. Ooh boy. That's a spicy heater right there. Oh, I hate this map. I hate this map. I hate it so much. You are cloaked. You can go here. No, actually. Let's place you here, place you here, place you here. You are going to run straight up, actually. No, it's going to be here. The Zenorite can go here, and the ranged support goes here. I'm gonna block off certain directions with the use of servitors. Use the servitor real quick. Deprive you of a cognition point. I'm exposing myself a little bit here. Not too badly. Oh. Okay. Overextending a little bit, but he has a lot of HP and he has some armor on him, so he should be fine. Let me think. Cognition points I can extract. Move over here. Return cooldown, that's fine. I think this is the last chamber of the mission anyway, so it's not really an issue if our guys get a little bit tattered. Probably gonna send the melee guy over to run to that other console. Oh, there's one more over here, so probably just gonna push for that. extra rep in. My stats are unknown, so I guess that's that. I'm assuming that that thing has a lot of physical armor if it's just withstanding all that punishment. Spirit buff. Somehow he's still alive. Okay. Friendly fire. That's a lot of blue on blue. Oh, damage absorbed. Oh, that's absorbed by me. Never mind. And you're dead. How are you not dead after 2 point-blank melee attacks from a melee specialist Zenerite? Oh, now you're dead. Okay. Gives me an angle to shoot at that thing. Probably no. Oh, we go deeper into this alcove. Okay, so they probably don't have physical shooting. We do have a servo spell. Alright, we're gonna spend our cognition point on this real quick. Something that decreases their awakening. They sure seem to wake up a whole fucking lot. Probably need to self-heal after this. Yeah, probably need to self-heal because they're gonna start shooting at me too. Not very sparing for resources, but it is what it is. Let's do this. Just keep him out of the way. Push you back. Bit of a wasted opportunity. Probably not going to do that. so he does have a physical shield and 4 HP for it. Okay. Let's see, we don't have extra cognition points to use on movement, so we're going to lock in and do some shooting. He just ran off, okay. That actually, that is good. It presents us a better target there for the use of the overcharged arc crystal. One damage. Fucking 1 damage. This one has no armor. This one maybe over here. Even if we get into a little scuffle, it's fine. Alright. Do some resource denial real quick. We spend 1 to gain 1 more. Less fine. We don't like that. Decreasingly fine. Not enough damage to bother. We need cognition for this one. Pull back. Oh, and he has acid on him. That's also not great. We're gonna have to run up and heal him. We can take some firepower. Let's ignore his armor, so we might as well kill you. There we go, crit. We love to see it. Let's actually have him go run and scan that extra terminal. He has a physical shield, that's right. Damage absorber. My bad. Well, at least I can run past them, or can I? I cannot. I had a canticle to ignore all armor, and I just didn't use it. Just gonna run up in his face. I'm gonna let him expose himself to an attack of opportunity. I don't think there are any more spawners left, or are there? There's one more over there. It's gonna possibly spawn a Necron warrior. Yes, it is. Oh, I don't need to kill all of them. That's uncharacteristic. Supplies do not have the habit of walking into our hold. Fair enough. Man does have a point. Anyway, we took some harsh penalties. Alright, we're in a net surplus. We made some gains here. Let's check our cohort real quick. I think you're kind of in a good place. Let's see if you can get any upgrades. Gain 5, plus 5%, critical per missing HP. I kind of want to get him to a reanimation protocol as soon as possible. Increase gain additional physical armor. Cognition point on an empty scale, that's also kind of good. You do cost a lot. Okay, let's keep you as is for now. You, on the other hand, are kinda useless right now. Just for the vibes. Let's see what we need to do with you. Dominus. Plus energy damage. Plus 3 meters movement speed. I think he does enough damage right now. That, and I kind of like the Dominus leg frame. Now then, this takes up 3 slots. This takes up 2. Do I want to leave him reliant on a single super duper weapon? I feel like that's gonna come back to bite me in the ass. But fuck it, we ball. Give him an arc pistol to clear out. We're just gonna have him stay back and be the big bad that just, you know, YOLOs everything out of existence. For clearing out big congregations of enemies. Alright, we're coming up on, well, we're actually well past 4 hours. I feel like this has been a good and content-filled stream. Let's look for someone to raid out into. We got some friendos streaming, so we're gonna see what's gonna be the appropriate raid direction here. Who we haven't raided in a while. See, y'all vote for Mechanicus, and then none of you stick around to watch it. I see how it is. What are they doing? Castle Crashers. Just a second, let me figure out who we're gonna raid. You know what? I think we've not done a lot of sloppa today, so let me raid y'all into Kershaw. Because it was kind of a light news day. So we're just gonna initiate that real quick. Alright, so I'm starting to slowly... What? You're still here? They modded themselves into the game? Who modded themselves into what game? Oh, Scab and Company? Well, I guess we get to raid them next time. But, you know, that's a cool concept. But we are going to raid out into Kershaw. But thank you for sticking around. I appreciate Sharko, Scab, and Mog. I see. That's cool, very cool. I am gearing up for a gun bench stream. I have mostly everything I need to execute a gun bench stream. So look forward to the announcement. I remind you to follow the socials. That includes joining the Discord, checking out the throne, just in case. This has been Onii-san reminding you to always waste as much time of the Indian scammer as you can. Bye-bye.